Hello, and welcome to DnDeBrief. This is DM Samuel, and I am your DM this evening. And so let's have everybody introduce themselves. Let's start with David.
Hi, my name is David, and I play Axley Tillingquest, the Halfling Bard.
And Matt.
Hello, I'm Matt. I'm playing Konos Lindeth, the CL Warlock.
And Karu.
Hello, I'm Hikaru, and I'm playing Marcel Petit Abduran, the Gender Fluid Latrinian Storm Sorcerer.
And last but not least, Nina.
Hello, I'm Nina, and I am playing Emran Onestra, who is a human Tempest Cleric.
Awesome. And who wants to do a very quick recap?
We had a session.
Good question. A long time ago.
That is a very quick recap.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away.
We did some
Man,
stuff.
It does feel like that, yeah.
Some things happened.
Stuff happened. Things got
we went to
dinged.
we went places that are different places than we previously were at. Specifically, we went to the Blue Plateau.
Yeah.
After figuring out how to get the curiosity there in the first place. There was the fucking about with the numbers and whatnot. But we finally got there. We found that it had been pretty much almost completely drained of all the water, except for essentially a small-ish lake that would turn into a big whirlpool. We managed to navigate down to the bottom of that, and we found the massive piece of coral that we've been looking for, and that is Konos' patron. Underneath a big glass dome being guarded by several of the humanoid sea creatures that had attacked our ship during the fight with the wyverns. We worked out a plan to basically get in there and teleport in there and incapacitate them very quickly without having to risk hurting the coral or blowing the dome up. And we managed to essentially plug the leak the Blue Plateau, because when Konos put his piece of coral that he's been carrying on back in, it kind of sealed back onto it, and then the thing just grew massively in size and basically sealed the rift between the Blue Plateau and the material and the Common Plateau. So we've accomplished that goal of stopping, the water from getting more into the Common Plateau. Now we got to find a way to go to the Red Plateau and get all the water back, essentially. So the first of our monumental tasks is done, but it's probably the easiest of all of them in comparison.
Okay, and what happened right at the end of that?
Konos, so he got a message from his patrons saying that he learned that there was a second piece that was in the hands of Shema Shehel, who shall not be named.
So
as I'm not going to call it, because
complete yet. It's not 100%. There's still
essentially, yeah. Then now he's only learning this for the first time.
Yeah, we found.
But yeah, that demon has the other piece apparently.
Yeah, we found the piece that was lost, but not the piece that was stolen. So we got one down. We got one more to go.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, so that begs the question then, what do you want to do now?
I think we were debating whether to go immediately to the Red Plateau or go back to Calport.
I believe we had come to the conclusion at the end of the session that we would be going back to Calport to the library because we wanted to check the book about the demons that was beside the Demon Gate. And that we were possibly taking that gate to get there. Whether we did or not depended on how much new information we got from that book. But I think we also wanted to peek at the Spira room and see how that had changed now that we've plugged the hole. I think that would be interesting. So we have a couple of reasons to go back. But yeah, I think our first stop was get back I think we were already in our little submarine and making our way back to the Common Plateau. which we absolutely know how to do.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Oh, Blacksley was unconscious too at some point.
Mhm.
Yeah, he did pass out. He had passed out, so we should
He passed
check on
out
him,
from
see
the
how he's doing.
strain of trying to hold the.
Oh yeah, trying to navigate the thing. Yeah.
Dodge the lightning that I accidentally like threw everywhere. Yeah, good times.
Yeah. Yeah, so okay. So if you want to you want to have Axley try to get you back to the common plateau, you can try to have him stop and press the door at the right location.
And that was what kind of a check was that to do that?
That is an Arcana check,
Arcana.
but you got to tell me what number you're trying to stop it on too.
Oh,
1569.
Okay.
Hmm.
that's the coordinate for Calport.
No, that's the coordinate for the material plane. I'm assuming it takes us back to where we were. Hopefully, last time we were at like the Haka village when we did 1569. So I don't know how this works. But that's what we used to get back last time.
Okay, so that's where we're headed. Want me to give it a shot?
Yep.
Okay. My Arcana is +2. Oh, that's a 1. I don't want that. I think I'm going to use luck to reroll.
I was going to say you rolled a natural 1.
Yes, I rolled
Yeah.
a natural 1. Hopefully this will be better. Natural 14, so that's
Okay.
16.
Okay, that's a little better.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so very similar to how it happened last time. You're setting the controls. Axley sort of has his finger hovering over the door button to try to stop it at the exact right spot. And when you stop, you are indeed back in Calport.
I thought you were going to say you were indeed back at the Haka village.
No, it appears that it returns you to the plane in the last known place.
Yes, you were.
Good to know.
That's
Good to
handy.
know.
It is handy. All right, cool. So we'll park the car and go to the library.
Where's the valet?
I mean, we're parking it on our property because we should have appeared on our boat if it comes back to the same spot because we
Mhm.
were on the boat. So yeah,
Yeah, you're on the boat.
Does
part-
time pass the same in different plateaus?
No, last time didn't quite happen like that, but that was Shadow whatever, the Dark
Dark
Plateau.
Plateau.
Not sure about water. I don't know. We can ask. The first sailor on the on the
What day
ship.
is it?
That how long has it been since we left? Good sir.
What do
I love that it's an ear.
Just ask that blue goblin over there. How long have we been gone?
He says, like, maybe a few hours, not hardly any time at all.
That's about how long we were. Hey, cat, could you stop? Leave that alone. Hey. Okay, off with you. He has to investigate anything I touch, and since I was playing with it earlier to get the camera in the right position, he's like, I must now do the same.
Of course. It wasn't in the right position because it wasn't looking at him.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
So you're on the ship.
Yeah. So it was like morning when we did this because we rested and then set out.
Mhm.
and we're honestly fine. Does anyone? Yeah.
We probably should check in with the castle and see if anything's transpired and how everyone's doing.
Yeah, in the last like 12 hours. I think we're
Because when we left, like essentially the whole Calport Navy with the Hokan Navy was trying to basically get their fleets put together to stand against anything coming out of the ocean.
Yeah. I mean, even Emran went to the castle to say her, I don't know, goodbyes to her parents so they wouldn't be all huffy about her leaving without saying anything. And that was a couple hours ago, so...
Well, and they deserve warning to know that our
to
enemies are going to be on high alert now. The stakes have been raised.
I mean, do they even know? Like, how would the enemy know? Did we kill everyone? How did we deal with the...
down there?
So they have no way of
But
knowing
I
unless
think-
someone checks in.
But they'll probably know that the flow of water is
Yeah.
not necessarily.
I mean,
stopped
yeah, if
entirely,
someone
but it's
goes and
slowed.
checks the faucet and realizes that no water's coming through, but I mean, can't do much about it besides maybe track us down. But that just gives us more reason to get to the library real quick and keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
So I'd vote for library and figuring out what that book has, and maybe going by the spire room first because I think it's on the way, or kind of.
I can also send a message if we want to just be like, "Hey, we did a thing. Just be aware."
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah,
do
like just-
that.
Continuing a bit.
You could send a message.
Yeah, we got
to
back
Mom.
safely.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sure. I send a message to my mom.
Okay.
Mom, so far so good. We did a part of our tasks and we're continuing to move. Just be on alert. That's it.
You receive a very short message back that just says, thank you. I'm glad you arrived safely. We're on alert.
Perfect. Yeah, she might be pretty busy.
A little bit.
You're now in charge of the church. Yeah, that could make you a bit busy.
Mhm.
Especially a transition. Transition is going to be a pain in the ass.
So
Luckily, we just have to go deal with the library.
Mm-hmm.
So you're leaving the ship to go up to the library. Is that the plan?
Yep.
When you get up to the top of the ship and you're debarking, you look out and you notice that you can't debark because the ship is now in the bay and is in an array with the other ships. Because remember, Sabatine was commanding all of the vessels and getting everything ready. And the ships are all moving out to surround and form a blockade around the island, a protective blockade. And you see there are a lot more ships than what was there previously.
Does that include the Hawker ships?
Mm-hmm. Yep, the Hawker ships too.
Do we want to take the Curiosity? Do we mind everyone in town knowing we have a flying saucer?
The only issue.
I mean, we could. There a rowboat we could take.
Sure.
Yeah, the ship's
Yeah,
not leaving, right? It's just in the bay.
It's just a part of the formation now.
Oh yeah.
We could take it as a submarine to the bay, to the docks, and leave it docked there. That would be an option if we didn't want to like fly it over the city.
As long as we trust.
That way,
people.
if we need the Curiosity to get to anywhere, we have it docked closer, and we don't have to take a rowboat out.
Yeah, that's fair.
or we can just turn it invisible and fly it over the city, and everyone's going to be like, "What's that noise?" But
And we can fly into the castle and land it in like the courtyard, and then at least
that's not gonna make
nobody will mind that.
Yeah, we're not gonna get like cannoned out of the sky.
Well, you can send a message and let them know we're coming. Then at least it'll be safe.
I'd say at most let's take it to the docks so we have it a bit closer than rowboat distance. Because it's a pretty big bay, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
like
it's basically the side of the island. It's not even really a huge, like Traston Finn had an actual bay. This is more just like it's a dock on the beach of the island.
But it was big enough to have like to support ships.
Oh yeah.
Like full ships. So it's still like we're probably still a ways out.
Yeah.
Like it's not that much, but still, in rowboat, it's probably gonna take us 10 minutes just to get to shore. Or we take the Curiosity and leave it over there, so we don't have to spend 10 minutes getting them back.
What are you telling your crew?
No, it's fine.
You're doing a good job. Keep it up. Part 1 of the plan is done, and keep a look on the horizon. Goodbye.
Okay. So are you visibly taking the Curiosity and like swimming it underwater, or how are you?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just getting it off the ship and into the water, and then subbing it to the docks.
Okay.
I think that'll do the least amount of shocked eyes on her little. So.
Okay. Okay. So you can make it to the library probably just fine. I mean, everybody basically in town knows who you are now. So.
For better, for worse. I'm just imagining the boy at the docks when we tie the Curiosity down, and it's like, yeah, so don't let anyone steal that. It's like, what the heck is that?
Don't let anybody touch that large barrel.
What are you doing with Blacksley?
Is he still out?
No, I mean he's up and around.
Okay.
He's probably tired. We could let him sleep inside and protect the Curiosity. There is a chance we come back.
There's a chance we come back to him with that sword again, though, because isn't the sword... Is the sword? Or is the sword?
Sword's in the Curiosity, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
We could just take him with us to the library. Just
What do
keep
you
him in
want to
trail.
do, Blacksley?
I mean, are you going on another trip? Because I want to go on all the trips. But if you're just going to the boring library, I don't want to go to the boring library.
We're going to hell. Do you want to come or not?
Well, are you going to make me stay there?
We're not going to
Not if
make
you don't want
you
to.
stay there.
Okay, then. Yeah, I'll go with you. I just don't want to spend all that time in the library. It's boring.
We're gonna go to the library. We may go to hell after the library or through the library, so you know.
Of course the library is a way to get to hell. Why didn't I know this?
Go figure.
He packs a bag to get ready to go with you.
Right. So we head to the library.
Okay, so you go into the library, and this time when you enter, the doors open automatically. You don't even have to sign in again.
We're regulars.
The last signature is still Imran's signature.
I think we should sneak up on Tavros and see if we can get in there without, like, setting him off to see how well he's doing with security. See if we can go in and steal things.
Sneak up on ghost that only shows up when you call him?
I mean, not
You
like
don't-
sneak up on him, but like that's his security measures. We told him not to let anybody steal things, so we should go and try and steal something to see. This is a really bad idea. I should open my mouth.
Like the Book of Bruce, maybe?
Yeah, I mean,
Who are you and what did you do with Emerin?
Hmm.
it's been a long day, guys.
Let's go to the library and steal a book.
Well, Blacksleeve, for one, thinks it's a great idea. This is the most fun I've had in a library ever.
All right, so
The
here,
fact
how
that
about
Blacksley
this?
agrees with me.
We let Blacksley steal something from the library and see if he can get away with it.
Ooh.
Do we really want to encourage that kind of behavior?
No.
That's,
I think, Blacksley, what you should do is go check out the auditorium.
Why? What's in there?
Oh,
it's a bunch of very lively people in there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a party? Okay. How do I get there?
Yeah. Well, we have to go through the auditorium anyway, so we'll go to the auditorium together.
Okay.
Straight down the hallway until we get to the auditorium.
Lead the way.
Yeah, we'll go, or at least Marcel's going. They don't see any reason to linger in the hallways.
oh my god. I'll follow.
I'll pause at the door of the auditorium and listen.
There is what sounds like a fiery sermon occurring inside.
Excellent. All right, so I turn to Blacksley and I go, "You have to be very quiet, though."
You also hear what sounds like something like, I don't know, sticks or something being thrown against wood. That's kind of what it sounds like.
Okay. Marcel pauses for a bit and goes, "Well, I'm sure this will be great." Yeah, Blacksley, why don't you go in first?
Is this some kind of a joke? You never want me to go anywhere first.
Yes.
I think Emerin should
We
go
just
first.
feel you should have the honor of this.
I mean, if you don't want to go first, then I guess you never go first.
You can't try that psychology on me. It doesn't work. I'm already suspicious because you want me to go with you anyway.
Don't we take you everywhere just to keep you in our sights anyway?
No, half the time you leave me with Rayla.
Right, but Rayla's occupied right now. She's got enough on her plate. And I open the door.
You see Gaston in the front of the room at the lectern giving a fire and brimstone laced sermon full of anger and admonishment for previous bad behaviors and the quality of redeeming yourself through, good works and piety and sustained sacrifice. And every once in a while, he raises his hands and sort of puts them out to the side, and he says, praise Goros and praise Straben. And when he says praise Straben, he puts his hands straight up. When he says praise Goros, he puts his hands out to the side. And every time he says praise Straben, he puts his hands straight up. You hear that sound again of sounds like things hitting, like being thrown at wood, like pieces of wood being thrown at wood or something. And you realize it's the skeletons inside their cases putting their hands up. Anytime he puts his hands up, they put their hands up, and their bones hit the wood, and that's the sound that you were hearing.
Well, I told you it would be interesting.
Are you going to go in? I mean, right now you're just standing at the door.
Yeah. Well, I'll let Blacksley take a look and realize that I wasn't joking when I said it would be interesting.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Right. Wow, they're becoming people.
Yeah, it's really weird. Okay. Well, we have to get past the auditorium, so maybe go around the edge and try not to be disruptive of his sermon.
Okay. If you look around as you're going through, you see that the skeletons are continuing their reinvestiture. And it's happening relatively slowly, but you see that some of them are at different stages. And apparently it starts at the feet and it goes up. So a lot of them have fully formed feet and lower legs, but they're still sort of growing flesh on the top. It's pretty disgusting. Okay. But Blacksley is goggle-eyed. He's like, what the hell is happening? His eyes got really big and he's just kind of staring. He's looking from one creature to another and just sort of, he stopped moving. He's just sort of staring.
I'll poke him along.
Is he doing that?
Shh. No, it's the book he's reading from.
Is that the one you want me to steal?
Don't. Besides, I don't think you can. I think it's chained to the lectern.
It's chained, yeah.
Well, I said a lot.
Don't take that as a challenge.
Sounds like a challenge.
Yes, I know. We're just gonna tiptoe around the edge, not bother the nice skeletons and their sermon.
Can I watch for a while?
Then you'll become a priest.
For watching?
No.
Is that how Imran became a priest?
Yes, she listened to a lot of sermons.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound right now. I don't want to be a priest. Sounds
well,
boring.
Then you might not want to stay here.
Fine, let's go then.
Next thing you know, you're going to be raising your hands and going, praise Gorath.
They'll grow a second skeleton or something.
No, I don't think she got to that part of the indoctrination. Alright. I think we make it to the other side of the auditorium.
Yeah.
To find Emran already on the other side, just waiting impatiently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you think of it, Emran, it's more people who follow your god. And the other one.
Okay. Yeah. Just people, not reincarnated skeletons. Sure, let's keep going. And we're going to the spy room, right?
Yeah, so to get to the spy room, we do have to keep going down the stairs and through the crooked hallways of cavern until we get to the intersection where the maze door is. We'll have to go through the maze door to get to the place we need to go, but if I'm not mistaken, if we take the stairs up going west, we'll get to the spire room and we can check and see what's happened to that now that we plugged the hole. I'm kind of curious about that. Yeah, I made a map of this place, which is why I remember so clearly where we have to go.
I was, yeah.
I'm glad you did.
Me too, because I was like, yep, that's right. Sure, that's right. I remember that.
So do you remember how to get into this room?
Yeah, there's a double door we have to go through. One door first, close that door, then open the other one. I think they were curtains.
Basically like an airlock.
Yeah, it was like an airlock made of curtains, which is really weird when you think about it, but you know, magic.
Fine.
I don't know if that worked. No, that did not.
Okay, so you get into the spire room. Okay, I found my map. You get into the spire room, and so it smells like burning hair and skin again, still. Remember last time you put the Book of Proofs back on the pedestal and the cover of the book started to singe and burn. Okay. And so that is still happening. You can see though from where you are that at least part of the book looks like it has the pristine blue color. But
Nice.
there's still like the skin on some of it that is being singed off ever so slowly. The Soul Spire itself has the same exact structure. The white plateau that is pouring into the dark plateau is a lot more gray than it was. The souls pouring down from the white plateau into the dark plateau look darker gray color. And you still kind of see faces in there if you look closely, and you see them sort of moving around as if they're trapped almost in a whirlpool. When you look at the pouring of souls from the dark plateau into the red plateau, it is a greatly reduced amount. So it used to be roughly equal sort of waterfall pouring from the white plateau down into the dark plateau, and then another waterfall pouring from the dark plateau down into the red plateau. And they were roughly equal in size. But now the white plateau pouring into the dark plateau is the same size as it was, but the dark plateau pouring into the red plateau is greatly, greatly, greatly reduced, and it looks like it is slowing down even as you're watching it.
Does anyone actually understand what we're watching?
No.
Well, if I remember right, so souls would basically go to the dark plateau to essentially be judged in a limbo type of state before they either move on or I guess they're sent to the 9 hells if they're judged badly. Then there was a leak in all of this somewhere. That's how Laralac was basically getting his army.
So he was basically grabbing all of them and going like, you're all judged to be sent directly to hell.
Or I'm just siphoning you all off.
Right.
So the way that it was explained, described, thought about was the blue plateau itself is actually the fluidy connection between the red and the dark and the white plateau. And as a result, it's sort of the pathway or roadway for souls to travel upon as they travel from the dark plateau. After they get judged, they can either loop back around and maybe go to the white plateau, or maybe they loop down and go to the red plateau, or maybe they get stuck in the dark plateau. And the way that you saw the model of the Soul Spire last time was things were going directly from the White Plateau to the Dark Plateau to the Red Plateau, and there was no loop back. And the way that Makodum said to you how the planes possibly could be repaired is he told you that you can, if you repair the rift, like that sounds like a rift, what happened. So if you repair the rift, but the Book of Proofs then said, okay, you repair the rift, but if you want your plateau, the common plateau, to go back to normal, you have to put the water back into the blue plateau. And you have to make it reverse its course, which means that's why you have to go to the red plateaus to basically ask permission or beg, borrow, and steal, somehow get access to a gate or a portal of some type so that you can push the water back through that plateau to get back to the actual blue plateau where it's supposed to be. Because you plugged the hole, but you did not return water from the common plateau to the blue plateau.
Right.
And so what it looks like you're looking at is the fact that the souls that were in the Soul Spire that were being converted from the White Plateau to the Dark Plateau to the Red Plateau, now you have basically caused the spigot to close. And so the fluidy river of souls has been reduced to a trickle, basically.
Okay. That makes sense based on what we've done.
Okay, well, we're getting there, I guess.
It's good to see at least something changed positively, it looks like.
Yeah. So we keep going.
How are we going to convince?
We'll figure it out,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Oh,
Sure.
clarify. So now that we've like staunched the flow, there's hardly anything getting to the red plateau. So all the souls are kind of stuck in the like the white and the dark plateau,
That's what it looks
and
like.
they're not
Yeah.
like, getting anywhere. So I mean, we're offering to fix the roadway so that everything gets fixed.
So
That's something.
the other connection that you need to be thinking about is so there were a couple things that you saw the last time that you looked at the Spire room. You saw that the red plateau had the swirling sort of disc-like whirlpool thing going on, and the images, the faces of the souls that you saw there were in agony and in pain and all that stuff, but also some of them were also pouring from the red plateau into this morass of goopy red and black, smaller sort of area. That has not actually stopped. Whatever is going into that red plateau area, even though it's now only a trickle, is still going into the lower, more darker red and black area. The other thing to think about is the common plateau is not on this model.
Yeah.
But you know that Laralac has taken souls and invested the bodies of the blue goblins with previous century souls. So
I mean, he could be making them somewhere else and then bringing them to the...
Well, so what I was going to say was it's becoming obvious to you that what you're seeing on the Soul Spire isn't showing you the connection to the common plateau. So somehow Laralac is getting, or Shamasa Hasit, is getting to use the souls that are being poured in some portion of the Soul Spire and pulling them into the common plateau. Otherwise, there's no connection between what's going on other than just the vast amount of water.
I kind of assume that's where the souls were going into with the red plateau.
Maybe this is indicating there's another breach or another leak somewhere else in all this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, honestly, my big thing is kind of going to the red plateau and kind of trying to figure out what's going on there.
See the state of things.
Because right now we're at a disadvantage where we know nothing about this place we're heading. We don't know how it works. We don't know who'd be interested in helping us and what they'd ask for payment. We don't really know exactly the process. We just know that we're somehow siphoning water from our plane to the water one. And that it seems the only way to do that is through the red plateau. So I don't think we can learn much more from here. Because, this isn't showing all the planes. It's just showing how the Soul Spire works. And we've done something. I'm just not sure if it's enough. It probably isn't near enough. At the very least, we probably stopped the blue plateau from flooding ours.
And completely emptying.
Yeah.
I was going to say, do we need to worry about this piece that was stolen?
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah, I am. I don't know what it represents in bigger picture, but no, I want it back.
Right. Because what I don't want to happen is us to put all the water back and realize we're still missing a piece and still have that it going somewhere, and then we have to do it again, because I don't think people are going to be happy if we have to do this twice. So I guess a big question is, should our priority firstly be the second piece that was stolen, or should we go ahead and go to the red plateau and see what's up there?
I think those are both both the same thing. That
would be nice.
Because I think that if the key is, in the hands of the big bad's going to show up at some point. We'll get it eventually. I don't think we actually have to look it out. I think it's going to come to us, whether we like it or not. Hopefully we're prepared when it happens.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think, Axley? You've been pretty quiet.
I'm trying to make sense of it, but I can't see the connection. The only thing I can think of is just continue to press on towards, what we think is our goal.
Kind of a fake it till you make it situation a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do we want to call on Avros to lead us to that book?
I don't think we need Tavros.
You know where it is?
Oh, was Makodum was his name, I believe? Mm-hmm. The rat person? Mm-hmm. Was he in the auditorium, or did he go back to the maze?
He was not in the auditorium.
Okay, so my suggestion is, let's see if Makodum is in the maze and can help us. Or else we call Tavros. Because remember, he was in the maze and he did say that he could help us get there. We just didn't want to go there quite yet.
He also told you it was a 6-hour journey, remember?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is why we didn't go last time. So yeah, it's down the stairs, past the big, easy to open door if you have any strength at all.
Yeah, so I mean, you can knock on the door and he'll answer it. He's still in there.
That's true. Yeah, we'll do that. Knock, knock, knock.
Who is it?
Cleaning service? No, it's us.
Us who?
Us. You know, the only other living, totally living person that you've seen in the last few months.
Oh, you again. Okay. Okay, hold on 1 second. You hear lots of straining. You hear locks unlocking, bars moving, and then lots of straining. And the door pulls back. And McCarthy's standing on the other side.
You know, you're really strong. I could never open that door.
Well, I have some hidden muscles, I guess.
So, remember that book we wanted to read that you said was like 6 hours?
The Book of Proofs.
No, not that one.
Oh, I thought that's the one you wanted to read.
You can't really read the Book of Proofs.
Sure you can. Remember, he had a bunch of papers with some mathematics and equations and all of that.
No, I was talking about the demon book.
Oh, by the Infernal Gateway.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, yes, I do remember. How could I forget?
Well, I think it's time to go. I know it's a 6-hour journey, you said, which is a lot.
Well, I guess I'll see you in a little while then.
We're gonna get lost.
Oh,
Could you lead us there, please?
You. Oh. Well, I suppose I could. I guess I'll stop my studies again. Okay.
Oh, your studies will be there when you come back. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to help people who are doing very important work.
Are you implying that my
Making sure
work is not important?
No, by any means, no.
Not at all. We're just trying to make sure that, among other things, there's still a library here for you to conduct your important work in.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm all for
the library
supporting that.
Yes, if the library was destroyed, there wouldn't be any place or any materials left to work with, would there?
That's true. I don't want my library to be destroyed.
That would be pretty bad. This is a very unique library, probably one of a kind.
It is the best library in the world.
If not the only. All right. Well.
So by default.
What do you mean?
Detail. There's probably other libraries out there. There was a library where you studied, right, Cameron?
There was a place where a bunch of books were kept, but they were like other people's that possibly died. And we just kind of rummaged through them.
Right, see? Library.
Sure. I'll go with it.
Isn't this exciting, Flaxley?
I was more excited in that spire room place that you were at.
Well, by all means, if you want to go back, I'm not going to stop you.
Really? Okay.
But remember what I told you.
What did you tell me?
What?
The what?
I think you got cut off there.
Yeah, you got cut off.
I was just saying, plus, things are going to heat up pretty soon where we're going.
Yeah, I know. You said you want to go to hell. I didn't really want to go to hell.
Well, then why did you
were
come?
Serious. Now you're talking about infernal gates? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I wasn't lying.
I mean, if you think it's going to be too hot for you to handle, then, maybe keeping an eye on things in the spy room is the best thing you can do for us.
All right, see you later. He turns to walk out of the maze.
Will we ever see him again?
I'm sure we will.
He
pops up.
Leave him with the book of proofs.
What do you do that he hasn't done already?
I'm conflicted.
None of us have touched it. If he touches it, something could happen. Not to mention it's burning all of its flesh off.
Yeah, I can tell you what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to burn his hand.
Oh God.
And anything he writes on there, it's going to take hours, if not days, to answer. So,
okay, he's probably too patient to wait that long.
Okay.
That's assuming he goes to the spire room and not the auditorium.
Or literally any of the hundreds and hundreds of rooms in this library. But,
Yeah. It'll be fine.
Okay, so he walks out of the maze if nobody stops him.
Bye.
I'll let him go.
Don't get into too much trouble.
Check in on you when we get back.
First, we released the half-alive, half-skeleton, possibly whoever Gaston is. And now we're releasing Black City. Library is going to collapse in on itself. Okay.
There's not going to be any library left when we get back.
So,
well, hopefully he didn't take to heart the whole, steal a book or something.
So Makoto will lead you to the reaches where the Infernal Gate room is. The question that he asks you along the way is, are you prepared to face what you find on the other side of the gateway?
No.
Any suggestions on that, on what could be over there, and how to deal with it?
Really hot.
Like, how hot are we talking?
Well, it's the 9 hells.
So are we going to, spontaneously combust the second we pop in over there, or what?
Well, I mean, I guess you're going to have to ask a gate warden to get you permission to be in there, because otherwise you might just burn up. I mean, you're just
So if you ask permission, you don't burn up?
Well, I mean, you kind of have to. I mean, if you just pop
Have to
over
burn up,
into
or-
hell, you're just going to fry.
Right. That's how hot it is.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, guys. I'm going to go check on the other guy and make sure he doesn't get into trouble.
Oh, God.
Marcel, you're coming with us.
You don't need me. Okay, let's go. So how do we get permission? How does that work?
Well, I don't know. I'm assuming it's in the book that oversees the gate.
Is that the one we're going to go read?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
The book that oversees the gate was written by that guy that keeps popping up all over the place.
Batet of Cowport.
Yeah, that one.
He was very prolific.
Right, but how does he make a book that controls permission? Okay, well, I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, let's get going. At least we'll be we'll hopefully figure out what we need when we get there.
Yeah.
So, Makotum leads you to a 4-way intersection. And he says, I'm going to stop here, but if you just continue down this main hall, eventually you'll get to a single door. And behind that door is the Infernal Gateway. The door has a bar on it.
And the book?
It's inside the room.
Oh, with the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If you want to rest, this first door on the left is a comfortable tea room.
How far have we been going so far? Like,
It's been
travel?
like 6 hours.
Oh, okay. So we're like that close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're down the hall.
I mean, we could pause and take lunch. I mean, it's been a while since we last ate.
True, yeah.
I mean, you did everything in the morning, and then you've been walking for 6 hours. It's been a full day.
Yeah. And we haven't rested at all since we got back from the Blue Plateau either.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we could rest and sleep in the library.
Yeah. Just take a load off, nothing else.
Call for food.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
A good idea.
So Makotum turns and starts heading back toward...
Thank you.
He waves over his shoulder.
I'm a wholesome lad.
What?
Do we want to... What if we got to the room, kind of skimmed through the book just to kind of see what's going to happen potentially, and then come back and rest and make up a game plan and sleep for the night?
We could do that. It's not like we have to go through immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, if y'all want to rest, I can just take an hour to recover, and then I can go check it out.
I mean, we could still rest. Yeah. Get some food in us. We can ask for whatever we want in the library. Take a short rest, and then go check it out, and then come back and take a full rest.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I like to have full spells. Just in case.
Okay.
Okay, so what are you doing then?
I think check out we're going to check out the book first.
Okay. So, you notice that when you get up to the door, on the door, it's this really red cedar, and you could tell the door is reinforced more so than most of the doors that you've seen. Now, it's not as massive as the maze door, but it's a really well-built reinforced door, and burned into the center top of the door is that symbol that you saw on the cube. Remember, you had the cube that was missing a side, and it had those different symbols, and this one is the red one that looks kind of like a stylized F almost. So it's the same symbol as on the cube. But it appears to be unlocked, so you can open the door.
I'll lift the bar off and open it up.
Okay. The room itself is in its current state, it doesn't look all that fantastical. It is made of stone. The entire room is made of stone. And this is the only door into or out of this room. And on the wall opposite the door, the room is only about 20 feet by 20 feet large. There is a single pedestal basically right in the center of the room, and you see a book on it. And opposite the door that you're coming into is a very large frame. This is on the wall now opposite. There's a very large frame with a what looks like a cast iron gate blocking it off. So the frame is made of stone, and it sort of frames out what looks like would be an entrance. And there is a gate made of cast iron with black iron hinges. In the middle of the gate there is it's wrapped around with a big heavy chains and a giant lock, big huge giant lock. But it looks like it just simply looks like the gate is like on a wall, like you don't see anything beyond the gate. It's not like when you saw the blue gate in the Palace of Mud and it was like swirling blue stuff and you could tell that it was a gate you could walk through or jump through or run through or whatever. This is just, it's like the stone wall and there's a cast iron gate on it in a frame.
Nothing behind it we can see.
Nothing behind it other than stone that you can see. And there are there's a big chain wrapped around where the two gate doors, come together. And there's a huge padlock there. And then there's the book. And there's literally nothing else in this room.
I'll take a look at the book.
The cover of the book says Infernal Gateway Access Manual.
Oh, God.
This will take a while. I'll start reading through it. Is it a big book, small book?
It's really big. It's like 3 feet thick.
Oh.
And the cover is like a foot on the long side, It's closed right now. You're opening it?
Open it.
Okay. So you open the book and the half of the inside of the book is hollowed out. And there's a big gold key in the notch. And the other, so it's almost like if you imagine there's a huge book, right? Like if I have this huge book, right? Like this giant book like this, right? But I open it,
wow.
And the paper is like right here, this little 2-inch strip, and the rest of this strip is cut out with something hidden in it.
Yeah.
And the thing that's hidden in it is a giant key. Nice, solid gold key.
I don't know.
Oh, good. You found the Cliff Notes version.
And the front page of the book says Infernal Gateway Access Manual, Batet of Calport. And it has a weird year signature. It says like I don't have my calendar on me. I can't tell you what year it is. They didn't put it in my notes.
Oh my goodness, the Cliff Notes version. I don't know if they're geniuses because no one reads the manual, or if they're stupid because this is so obvious.
Well, I mean, there's a few pages, right? There's there's 3 or 4 pages, and that's it.
Okay, well that's good. We don't have to sit here for 6 hours and read the book. Just gotta make sure we close this door behind us because I don't really feel like dealing with anything that wants to get out.
I mean, there's still writing on the book.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 pages.
Because like Makotum said, like, sure, we can unlock the door and open it, and then we all turn into skeletons as the rest of our body just liquefies in the heat.
Yeah, the rest of it is important. I also have a spell that I'm going to cast before we go in there, just in case, but I can only do it to one person, so who actually wants to live? JK, it's Socks. Socks is going to live.
Socks, Otto,
Wow.
and the Raven are going to be
Yeah.
the only ones alive.
Hey, those are our new characters.
Yeah, we'll save the world as a crow, a raven,
Critters.
a little
Octopus.
fluffy critter, and freed familiar.
So the question is, do you read the book now or do you wait?
I'll skim through it.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, I think we want to get the short.
So basically it says that access, it calls it the Infernal Gateway of Olranesk. The Infernal Gateway of Olranesk. Olranesk. The Infernal Gateway of Olranesk. It says you have to summon the Gate Warden, whose name is Vass, V-A-S-S, by using the key to open the gate. It will automatically summon the Gate Warden, Vass. And that Voss will adjudicate an interaction with whoever the devilish presence is that you request a meeting with.
Oh.
Great. So we have to know who we want to go see. We have so many options for that. I only know one name, and I don't want to use that one.
Okay, thank you. We're not ready
We're
for
to
that.
see Shimasa Hasi. I think he stole something from us. We want it back.
Aren't we supposed to negotiate with someone in that plateau to allow the water to flow back through?
Yeah.
But we have to figure out who.
I mean, you can ask Voss, right? Like you know.
I guess we can just
the best
tell
person
him, like,
is to.
hey, who's the nicest of the demons?
Either that, or you're in the library. You can actually go try and find.
That was my thinking. Aren't we close to the like demon area? Like all this section near the door is all demon.
Right.
I think that would be a good option. Like reading up on the like history of known demons or whatever, and figure out which one would be, at the very least, curious to listen to us. And
Potentially an enemy of you know who.
Yeah, that would be a good option. Someone who has beef with Shimasa would probably be more open to screwing him over. We provide a unique opportunity to give you a one-up on the guy that's, usurping all the souls away from everyone, including you.
Yeah, we just don't want to create a bigger.
Yeah, and ideally not owe a demon or not sell our souls in the process.
Let's not do that. We have no idea what time it is either.
Doesn't really matter in the library.
It really doesn't.
Probably doesn't matter in hell either.
Alright, well, I'm still feeling okay if we want to go on a field trip to find a demon to bargain with. I hate that sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many things are wrong with that.
Just remember that when we go sign the contract, we have to reread every single tiny letter on it.
So what did you decide to do?
The other thing we could do is just have Tavros bring us like the demon phone book and like read it while we like eat and rest.
No, I definitely want to rest, do at least a short rest before we summon Voss or anything like that.
Oh yeah,
Oh
definitely.
yeah, no. Okay, so we know what we have to do to open the gate. We know how the gate works.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is probably the better way to do this than taking the curiosity and just bamfing into hell, because then we just turn into roast meat. And I'd rather avoid that.
Come with our own little oven.
Yeah, no, we'll cook inside the thing.
Yeah. So we'll go back. We could spend hours looking for books. We go back to the restroom. We go back to the room, ask Tavros if he can get us some books about, active demons in hell and what they're all about. And maybe a beginner's guide to hell and the dummy's guide to hell as well.
Yeah.
Dummy's Guide to Hell.
Thank God it's not the 80s anymore. That's all I'm going to say.
Maybe also grab a copy of the ABCs of Hell and and maybe a tourist guide or two.
I really don't like this place. This does not sit well with me as I'm like clutching my holy symbol, debating which demon we're gonna bargain with.
Devils. You make contracts and deals with devils.
Devils, yeah.
Devils.
Demons don't care.
Oh,
They
write
just
that
rip you
down.
apart.
Yeah.
Devils are at least polite about it. They ask for permission before they rip you apart.
Look, if you make a deal with them and you renege on the deal, I mean, you asked for it, right?
Right.
Just as bad, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what's your next move then?
We're reading
going
up on people with Tavros.
Yeah.
Helping us in books.
So we're going back to the room where we could rest and asking Tavros for books to read.
Okay. Tavros says there's no phone book for devils.
Well, a history of, active demons, devils.
So you can search in the Nine Hells section by... You can search in the Red Plateau section by rank, by devil rank.
Ooh.
And it will tell you about the known history of that devil. But recognize that there's not a ton known. There's a lot more on demons because demons tend to be more troublesome. And there's just not as much on devils.
Was Shamasa a devil or a demon?
Demon.
Okay. Then maybe get some books about the highest hierarchy? And maybe, like, the hierarchy below that?
I mean...
Yeah, I mean, if they're not known, you can probably go through it relatively quickly if we each take, like, a couple books.
Also,
I mean, wasn't there a book on Shamasa Hasit we
Yeah,
wanted to look
that's-
up? Because if we look up that name and that history, maybe it'll also tell us who the rivals are, or who, maybe who a demon that got screwed over.
yeah, we were
Yeah,
told there was a
that's
book that
probably-
was chained in this area that had information about Shamasa Hasit, or that mentioned Shamasa Hasit.
Don't say it.
Yeah, there's a book in the Reaches that.
Yes, we're also not saying the name because apparently that gives her more power. So refrain from that one, if you will.
There's a book about Shami close by that I'm pretty sure.
Oh no.
Shamu.
Shamu. Shamu. Okay, that's the new name. Shamu.
Oh no. Wow. Okay.
Shazbot.
Goodness. I'm imagining the final confrontation. Shamu!
He's just gonna smite us all for calling him names.
Oh, for sure. Fine. Let's see if these other devils get to us first.
Okay. So
I'll also ask him to see if there's anything. I want to also ask him if there's any books about Voss, because why not get to know the person we're going to be dealing with.
He does not know of any specific reference to Voss in any of the works that is a direct book about Voss, but Voss as a gate warden is known, but not. I mean, there's no real knowledge about him. It's just he's a gate warden. That's it.
Okay.
So what exactly is it about Shamasa Hasit that you want to know? Like because you can find a book, but
Well, we learned everything we could in the other books, but because we basically got all of them except one that was chained. So we wanted to see what information that book had, not just on Shamasa, but the reason why it's chained, which I don't know if it's the same book that was the one with the key in it, or if it's another one.
Yeah, as far as Tavros can tell you, there are several chained books in this section because they're dangerous if you...
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, he said Tavros told us that he ran a search and basically found, I think, 6 books that mentioned Shamasa Hasit.
Mm-hmm.
We've already looked through and read 5 of them. The only one we were missing was the one that was in the Reaches.
So, the reason why this book is chained, this one in the Reaches is chained, is because it has Shamasa Hasit's full name written in it. And that can be dangerous because it can be used as a summoning item. And so the book is chained so that no one takes it and uses it.
Is that the only new information that one brings on Shamasa?
It has a lot of details about how the first time that Shamasa Hasit gained entry onto the Common Plateau, how that happened. And tells the story of who was involved and how it was an accident, but here's what happened and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't have any information, for example, of any devils he might have screwed over in his way up the food chain?
No, because Shamasa is a demon. So there's no...
Do they just not mix?
Well, they mix in terms of poking at each other and trying to cause each other trouble, but Shamasa's major issue was with other demons, because Shamasa was ambitious and wanted to rise up out of the rank that she was in, and no demon had ever risen up out of that rank. Right, you learned that from the other book, that
right.
She's the only one ever who had risen up. And the thing is that she was previously enslaved by the other demons. So for her to maintain such ambition and rise up and become more powerful is a very... scary is kind of the wrong word, but it's a very scary thing for the other demons, because it's bucking the hierarchy. Because even though the demons are chaotic, they still have a hierarchy.
And from what we know, it's not possible for us to talk to a demon to get to bargain the whole rights thing. It has to be a devil.
Well, you could do a demon, but the thing is that demons are chaotic evil and devils are lawful evil, which means if you sign a contract with the devil is bound to that contract. They will not break the contract.
Right.
A demon doesn't give two shits about any contract. They will screw you over just because it's funny, and you're mere mortals, right?
A demon will go out of its way to stab us in the back.
And so if as soon as you make some sort of contract with the demon and give it information, it might work with you, because it might say, ooh, I can get one over on Shamasa. I can get Shamasa in trouble and knock Shamasa back down. Or it might say, hey, I can go talk to Shamasa, and Shamasa will exalt me up and might lift me out of the current level I'm in, because I am keeping a secret for her and I can tell her where her foes are. And you don't know which one would happen, and you don't know what the reasons are, because the mind of a demon is so chaotic, it's impossible to tell. Whereas with the devil, you actually know the mind of the devil. Not that the devil won't screw you over, they will try. But as long as you have a contract, they must follow the rule of the contract.
Okay. That makes sense.
It'll try to write the contract, in the most favorable terms to it, but it will still honor the exact letter of that contract and not one letter more.
Right. And it's the letter of the contract, not the spirit of the contract. So you have to make sure that what you say, what you ask for, and what you get in return is explicit and whole and set.
No loopholes.
No loopholes.
Exactly what we want, yeah.
Whereas with the demon, they don't really care. Doesn't matter if there's a loophole or not. They're going to use whatever information you give them in a mercenary Machiavellian manner and try to better themselves regardless of whether it hurts you or helps you.
So I guess what we're looking for is some kind of devil that would give us a good deal, I guess. Because we don't really have...
to bargaining.
Yeah, because that's the other thing. What the hell are we going to bargain with?
Well, we
How
have to know what it
valuable
wants first.
That's the $1 million question.
Is sending water through there from our plateau to the blue plateau? How much is he going to ask for?
We don't even know what means we're going to be transporting this water. Like we're still kind of in the dark. I feel like,
or how long it's going to take.
Like I feel like we just need to open a conversation.
So we need to find someone who's patient enough to talk to us, knowing that whoever's patient enough to talk to us is likely trying to screw us over to begin with. Legally, but still.
But I mean, the thing about like devils, they like the order, and I feel like whatever's happening is throwing everything out of order. Like things are not happening how they should be. Like Laralac is siphoning souls somewhere. The whole soul spire is out of whack. Like, maybe that's enough to at least get their attention and help them understand that we need a little bit of time to understand everything, but that we have the ability to make that go away.
What do devils want?
Yeah, maybe
What do devils
our
want?
soul control.
It's not like we can bargain souls with them.
Right. I mean,
I think the best offer we can make is saying, Laralac is upsetting the balance on a cosmic scale. He can offer to help put your house back in order by dealing with him and getting rid of him, as well as the other creatures / demons that are aiding him. But in exchange, you help us put our world back in order as well.
Assuming they even believe we have the power to do so.
Yes.
We don't exactly, it's just 4 mortals being like, oh yeah, we're totally going to stop this huge demon lord from, doing what she's doing. It's fine. What do you mean you don't believe us?
I mean, we might have to go through some tests. Like, they might have something that they want us to do, accomplish for them, something probably unsavory, but...
Yeah.
It might help us prove that we have the ability, and then we've done a favor for them.
Do we even have the ability, though?
Yeah. The other thing I'm recalling as an aside, as far as dealing with demons, is the way that you reduce them. Their stature is by killing them off their own plane. So.
Mm-hmm.
Or you kill them on their plane and then they're screwed.
They're screwed. So what are you doing?
We could promise them Laralac's soul.
I'd be down. I would be down for that.
Yeah.
I don't know how juicy that soul is, but probably pretty. I mean, isn't he some kind of lich at this point?
Basically.
I mean, so I will point out that promising to give a devil another person's soul is a pretty evil act.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Doesn't that depend on the specific soul in question, though?
No. Not if you believe there's any hope of redemption at all. So unless you believe that Laralac is pure evil and has no chance of redemption, then you might be able to have some rationale and convince yourself that it's not an evil act to give his soul to somebody else. But
yeah, I mean, if you look at it from the point of he's probably going to get sent to hell anyways. We're just tagging his soul for one person in particular.
What happens to a soul if the person becomes a lich?
Oh yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question.
That's a big philosophical
Konos
question.
I mean, Konos doesn't know the answer to that question.
Matt knows. Does Matt know?
Matt has read things, yes.
What does Matt say?
Well, let's put it this way. I don't know what happens in your game, but other games, they split their soul and they put it in a phylactery. And then they keep that in a very safe place, so if their body dies, they just reform. And we've already witnessed that once.
Which means what? In terms of a devil?
We'd have to find the phylactery that has the actual soul in it and be in possession of it.
Well,
otherwise, we have nothing to offer them.
Right, but, well, what you're offering is, hey, I know this lich, and there is no other way for you to get their soul. They are robbing you of their soul because they're becoming a lich, and they have jarred their soul.
And seeing it from that point of view, like if assuming he's a lich, which we're pretty confident he is, his soul is basically forfeit in terms of evilness. Like, he's done the ultimate act of evil by ripping the soul from his body and becoming an undead creature. I don't think that soul has any like redemption process because it's already screwed.
But let me ask you this, Imran, when you fought him, was he an undead creature?
I don't think so. So I feel like I tried. I feel like we had that discussion and I asked and he was not, because I did like extra damage if he was or something. I could be mistaken.
So at the point that, or at the last time we fought him, he was not
Correct.
an undead creature.
Correct.
You are assuming that he is on the way to lichdom.
Right.
It seems
I
like
feel
it's
like
what
that's
he
a
wants.
Plan F.
What if getting attacked and killed by a cleric of Goras was the thing he needed to split his soul and become a witch?
The quencher.
Okay. How that works?
I don't know. Do you have, Tavros, do you have any books on lichdom in here?
Do you have anything called the Book of Vile Darkness? I think that's what we're looking for.
There are 2 books on lichdom, or that contain information about lichdom. One of them is a book about souls in the far realm. One of them is the Book of Vile Darkness.
We go to bed.
You don't want any creepy
You don't want
events,
to do
right?
some light reading from the Book of Vile Darkness before bedtime?
No. I
Oh,
really
Tavros
don't.
says no one is allowed to view the Book of Vile Darkness.
That makes sense.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's probably a good reason.
Very well done, Tavros.
We were gonna ask to read it, to be fair. Do you have that book in here?
Marcel, sleep.
It's put away.
Good. I hope it's better put away than the book that got borrowed.
He disapparates.
Go check on that.
Go check.
Okay,
I mean,
we have
either
our
way,
friend running.
promising someone else's soul is a dangerous proposition to begin with, because we don't have said soul. And that is assuming he's actually gone through with lichdom, and that's assuming we managed to find said soul jar and take it to the devil. There's just too many things there that are assumptions that would not go over well with the devil anyways. Because they'd probably want something like, if we don't find or cannot get that soul, then ours is forfeit instead. Because that seems like the kind of clause they'd add. And I don't know if we want
or people we care about.
Right.
Yeah.
Both.
So we have to find something else that a devil would be interested in that is not actually souls. Which I guess is why we needed to find books on devils. Devil's favorite food. We have brought many pineapples. This will get us the provisions we need. I don't know, it's the first
They can put them on their pizza.
first food that came to mind.
I think I would have thought they like soul food.
Yeah.
I have chicken soup.
on a slightly more serious note, Emerin is. And do you think Goras would have any suggestions or guidance on this?
Do I have a prepared? Is a good question. I can potentially ask tomorrow, but I don't have it prepared today. But yeah, I don't know how well over that conversation would go. Like,
It's pretty straightforward if you ask me. Hey, Goras, what do I give a devil so that he lets us throw water through his territory?
I mean, I can try, but again, that's a little. I don't know. She was ambiguous about me using the Revivify spell. I don't know how I'll react to this conversation.
I mean, it's not like we have many options for getting the water out.
Right.
Well, was she about the...
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
it was your mom who said don't
Yeah.
use Revivify. It wasn't Goras.
yeah.
I mean, Goras let the Revivify work
That's true.
and split it through a lot of people, so if Goras was against that, then I suspect she just wouldn't have let you do that.
Okay.
So what's the plan?
Well, I'll ask her tomorrow.
Okay.
No.
Like we're taking a
Yeah,
we're taking a rest at this point.
We're taking a rest, maybe doing some light reading on devils. Just to prepare ourselves for whatever.
Okay.
I suppose our best bet is afterwards, yeah, take a long rest, open the door, and talk to Voss, and see what Voss has to say.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
everything else is just conjecture at this point.
Oh, it's gonna be a hard day to prepare spells for.
Hey, at least you can prepare different spells.
That's true. Not complaining. But the days that we're talking might turn into fighting are always the worst because 90% of the time I'm wrong.
That's why most of my spells are never getting used.
Sam, last session you said that Kono still had like a mental connection with his patron.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still functioning now that he's not on the Blue Plateau anymore?
You feel a connection, but it's not like an active, you're having a conversation type of connection.
Okay, so he's not able to communicate with it.
Not unless you cast a spell.
Okay, and I don't have that contact other plane spell anymore. Okay.
Good.
Yeah. No. No, it was got rid of that for a reason, but it's like, yeah, that's the one thing I could use at this point.
Is there anything... Do we want to send a message to anybody before I go to bed? I'm going to take that as a no.
I can't think of anyone who could help us with this.
Claudius!
Ooh, yeah.
Help?
I mean, we do have like unlimited food at the library.
Yeah.
We could see what the goat has to say about this bad idea.
I think we should talk to the goat. Because I miss him. Emma does not, but
So don't look at that picture I just posted.
okay.
It's in spoilers, so. So are you getting out the goat or what?
I guess.
I'm fine with it.
Yes. I think Axley has the rod, doesn't he?
Probably.
I believe so.
Yep. Be my guest.
Actually, any thoughts about what what's the best way to proceed on this?
What's the phrase? We need advice.
Need advice.
But first we call for more food.
Yes.
I mean, the table is like heaping with desserts and whatnot.
Okay, then we're good.
We call for more food.
Go for more.
Gone in like an hour.
And we are back. Sorry about that. That was an unexpected exit from the lovely OBS. That's okay. So here we are, and I think there has actually been a decision made, possibly, maybe. Has there been a decision made?
Thanks.
I think we're just we're gonna summon him, right?
Yeah,
We'll just ask him. All right,
do it.
Also, we have
bring out the rod.
we have a new overlay on the
Oh.
Twitch stream, and it features the
Oh, really?
the awesome drawing art of the PCs on the boat that Karu did. So that's fun.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh,
That's very
nice.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So, okay. So you are going to summon Tadius.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you summon Tadius, and out from the rod, he jumps 6 feet, lands right in front of the buffet table, and says, "Oh, you were prepared for me this time," and starts munching
Long
down.
time no see, buddy.
Mmm. Mmm. This is
Yeah,
good.
thought of just of
Mm.
you.
Mm-hmm.
They're really good, right?
He's slobbering
While
all
you're here,
over and-
we had some
Mhm. Go
we
ahead.
had some advice to ask of you.
Ah, yes.
Between
What would you
bites,
like to
maybe
know?
you could give to us. Well, I think the last time we talked was in the Dark Plateau, and you remember we were trying to find out how to end the sinking. We've made a bit of progress since then. We've traveled to the Blue Plateau. We've plugged the hole that stopped all the water from coming into the Common Plateau. But the next phase is we need to find a devil to make a deal with to stop or to allow the water to flow back through the what's it called, the fiery plateau, the red plateau.
Red Plateau, yeah.
I say you've been a busy lot, haven't you? Munch, 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 munch.
Yeah, lots happened.
Well, I mean, what advice do you need from me? Other than which of these treats is the best. I like this one over here. And he kind of points with his hoof. These are
that's a good one.
spectacular. You should try them before I eat them all.
Well, we really
grab
don't
one.
know any devils in the red plateau. That's the problem.
We also don't want to get screwed over or have to, promise our souls in exchange for this favor. Ideally.
Well, I'm not sure what you think I can tell you about that. Apparently you already know they're going to try to screw you over.
Do you have any better
That's a good-
ideas of how to go about it or what we can offer? What else are devils interested in besides souls?
The key is finding out what they want. They might
Well.
like some of these pastries over here. These are the best ones yet. He points with his other hoof.
What about like magical items? Do they have interest in magical items?
Sometimes they do.
We don't even know any devils to seek out to try to make this bargain with.
Do you know any who are more fair-minded or honest negotiators or honest dealers? I know.
Fair-minded devils.
But seriously, though, yeah.
That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Fair-minded devils. Amazing. You folks are amazing. Where are we, anyway?
The Library of Calport.
Oh, it's been a long time since I've been in here. How is Tavros?
Same as always.
Still as dour as ever, I assume.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Bit touchy when it comes to the topic of how secure his library is.
Well, you know, he's been the curator for a very long time. How about Makodum? Is he still around the maze?
Yes.
That old rat never
Funny,
comes
he
up here, I say.
So you knew him. Didn't seem like he'd been there that long. At least in his, that's what he said.
Have you seen how old he is? He's been in here forever.
Yeah, we kind of got that. He thinks he's only been in here for like a couple years at most. Maybe a couple months.
Yes, 2 months. That's what he always says.
Yeah. You know, sometimes time flies. You don't even notice it.
I think your best bet is to find out what the Gate Warden can tell you about who wants something right now.
That isn't souls.
Well, unless you want to bargain your own souls, no, that isn't souls. I mean, if you want to give them your souls, they love that the most, you know.
Yeah. No.
It helps them move up in the hierarchy.
Yeah. Okay.
So basically, find out who's the most desperate right now.
Well, they don't always just want souls. Sometimes they want things, you know? Sometimes they want an item or something that could have them one-up someone that they're having a competition with, you know? Sometimes they have competitions within their own ranks. And when they have those competitions, then that's when they really just want things, you know? The souls are for moving ranks, but everything else, that's for other stuff. That's why I say, this cupcake over here, this is fabulous. This, you might be able to give one.
I just grab another one of the cupcake and put it in my bag.
What's the Gate Warden you talk about?
Well, every gate into the Red Plateau has a Gate Warden. They're the ones who manage the gates and everything that goes with them. You see, it's an agreement that they made with the Green Plateau. The Green Plateau has Gate Wardens as well. That way, they know that they won't make any incursions across the gates or through the gates into the other plateaus. It's a very long-standing agreement. And you know those devils, they never renege on an agreement unless they can do it fairly.
Have you ever dealt with Voss, who's the Gate Warden in here?
Oh, Voss, he's a very nice chap. Yes, fancies himself an elf. He's not really an elf, you know. Thinks he's an elf. He's not an elf.
What is he?
He's like all the Red Plateau Gate Wardens. He's an Aranese.
What?
What's that?
Oh.
Well, that's a lot scarier than an elf.
A winged elf.
Yeah, you'd think having wings would tip you off that you're not an elf.
Oh, he doesn't have wings anymore.
Oh.
None of the gate wardens are allowed to fly. They get their wings taken.
Well, that sucks.
Eh,
No.
it's a trade-off for a lot of power, though, you know. Those gate wardens have a lot of power. They get to influence who gets to speak to the people wanting to use the gates.
Fair.
Okay,
Well, you better have your fill because
yeah. Apparently, it'll be 2 more plateaus before we see you again.
What? What do you mean?
Take a few of those cupcakes with you.
Oh, can I? He starts shoving. His cheeks get real big, like a chipmunk's. He's just shoveling it in.
Yep.
Are you done with me already?
I mean,
Yes, I don't think we have any more questions.
Last call.
do enjoy that food though. I'm sure we'll remember to bring you out next time we have unlimited food again.
Please do. Please do. Wait just 1 second. He starts to fill his cheeks again.
Hey, stop it.
So I'm assuming someone says the phrase to get him to go back into his rod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever that was.
I don't need advice. We don't need advice anymore.
Yeah. Things like
Okay.
So there you
well,
have
I
it.
guess. Yeah, I guess we're shoving more cupcakes in my bag and then taking a rest.
Okay, long rest.
Yep.
Okay, you recover everything that you would normally recover.
Four more days until I have my divine intervention back.
We did get one. We did get one interesting thing out of that. He can't fly anymore. He can make people fly. Maybe he'd like to. Maybe that's something we can use to help sweeten the deal a little bit.
But we're not making a deal with him. We're making a deal, or them. We're making a deal with whatever devil they put us in contact with.
Right, but still, it helps to have the intermediary
Like
get on his good side, like us. Yep.
assuming they can't even leave the gate. I think the reason they don't have wings is
true.
because they just can't leave the gate. And if you can't leave the gate, you don't really need wings. You probably just get in the way.
And might get stuck in there. Good point.
Anyways, long rest, breakfast, second breakfast, more cupcakes,
Cupcakes. Yep. Sugar coma.
sugar coma.
When you wake up in the morning, the buffet table is filled with breakfast items.
Awesome. I love this place. Can we just live here? I understand why Makodum just stays here forever.
Yep.
Just read everything and you've got like eternal food.
It is a little bit like a dream, isn't it?
Yeah, like why would you want to go anywhere
Yeah.
else? That's fine. World outside can drown. I mean, it's not going to drown anymore. Okay, we've gotten used to the water. I'm sure they can deal with the undead army.
So, are you all ready to go to
Yeah, we head to the door
Infernal Gateway.
and grab the key and put it in the lock.
Is Marcel doing that?
If no one's stopping him, then yes.
Okay, doesn't sound like anybody is. The key.
So I'm sorry. I'm trying to do my spells.
Oh, do you want us to wait?
Sorry.
That's okay.
So I just need one more, and I can't find it. Where'd it go? Okay, I'm good.
Okay. So is Imran going to stop Marcel from opening the gate?
No, by all means.
As long as it's not you. Yeah, I'll
Yep.
I'll open the gate.
Okay. So when Marcel takes the key out, you realize how big this key is. It's like a foot long and 6 inches wide. And it's really heavy. And you can tell that it probably is solid gold. And Marcel walks over to the padlock, puts the key in the padlock and turns it. And the padlock opens up. And without Marcel even doing anything else, the chains fall away. They just kind of fall to the ground and move over. And the doors, the cast iron doors, start to open. And as the cast iron doors start to open, they open into the room. And the wall that was being blocked or contained by the gate, by the cast iron gates, starts to have this swirling orangish red pattern in it. And it looks a little more like plasma or fluidy kind of area. And it looks like movement behind, and it kind of recedes a little bit, and out of it steps this person. So I will put a picture onto the screen for the stream, and it's in the Discord for the rest of you. It's the spoiled image.
Hello.
And he steps out of the area that was the sort of fluidy reddish orange layer. And he comes out and he says, it's been a long time since I've been needed. Hello there. I'm Voss. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And he bows. Comes back up.
Hi, boss.
Very nice to meet you. Who is it that
Same.
you're looking for today?
That's a tricky question. We're looking for someone who needs something that we can give them that isn't the soul in exchange for a really big favor.
Oh, a juicy favor. What is this juicy favor that you're asking for?
We need to use some gates to transport some stuff from one plateau to another.
Oh. You need to use some gates for some nefarious activity. All right. This sounds like it might be a fun deal. So I know just the person for you to talk to, because if you need gates, you need the person who controls The gate wardens, that means my boss. You need to talk to my boss. Oh, he's a piece of work.
I'm liking this less and less.
I think that you're recognizing this now.
Look, Marcel type. Okay, and what would your boss be, needing that some mere mortals could possibly offer?
Well, I mean, you really have to ask him what his desire is, but I'll bet
Do you
it's
think
something...
he'd do it for a cupcake?
I doubt it.
It's a pretty good cupcake.
What about 2 cupcakes?
I don't think so. I think he might
if it's
be a little offended if you just bring him 2 cupcakes and that's all you're offering.
I don't know.
They're pretty good cupcakes. One of a kind.
Oh, we had to start with a low ball.
That's how negotiating works.
That's very good. I like you. You are going to have fun negotiating with my boss.
What's your boss's name?
His name is Arnemeth. Arnemeth Olrenesk.
Why does Olrenesk sound familiar?
Because that's this gateway.
It's the book, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Infernal Gateway of Olrenesk.
Ornesk, yeah.
Yes, this one is especially looked after. Being
How come?
connected to the library and all of that.
Yeah, it's a pretty special library. Did I mention the cupcakes are specially from the library itself?
The caterers are fantastic.
They really are.
How's
You just-
Tavros?
About as dour as always.
Of course. That's how he always is. I wouldn't be happy either if I was trapped in that infernal library all the time.
I don't know, it's not so bad. I mean, the food's great.
He doesn't eat.
Well, see, that's his problem. That's why he's dour. If only he'd
Perhaps.
try the caterer's food, maybe he'd be a little happier.
Perhaps.
There's a big difference between not needing food and not eating food.
That's a conversation you should have with him. Let me know when you're going to have it. I'd be happy to watch.
I'm
Going.
sure.
So far off the rails.
All right, so we have to talk to your boss.
Yep.
So does he come here, or do we go to him?
Oh, no, I'll take you to him. And that's when he turns,
God.
and he looks especially like he does in this picture. He's saying, come this way. And you see
God.
these gates and this sort of red plume of smoke with black weird things in it. He says, I can lead you through the maze. It's perfectly safe. I'm convinced it's perfectly safe.
Great, I totally believe you. Let's go.
Now, I suggest you just move behind me and not deviate from the path at all.
Got it. I cast protection from energy on Socks.
Protection from energy.
I cast mage armor on myself.
Okay.
He is resistant to fire for the time being. For an hour. Or until I drop it, because it is concentration.
I will wink Otto out of existence for the time being. Put him back in his planar. How you can pop out from there and whatnot.
Oh, Raven's gonna be sad.
So I have put I'm putting a link in the Discord chat for you. It is a link to Owlbear Rodeo, which will take you to the page that basically right now shows a giant black map.
What is this?
Yes.
Owlbear Rodeo.
It's called Owlbear Rodeo.
Spinny.
It's a very light BTT.
Huh.
And let me show it to the group here. So now it is on the screen as well. So you see some area down at the bottom of the screen where there is stone, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put a token on there. Let's use... Oh. Oh. That was weird. It decided to start being really weird. Come on now. So I'm going to put a token on here, and it's just going to be that token right there. That is where you are.
Okay.
And I'm going to put this token right there for... That is Voss.
Oh no, we're gonna. Oh no.
Now, so he wants you to follow him, and the thing is that you notice immediately that when as you step, I'm assuming you all step after him, you move after him to follow him.
Oh, I'm keeping very closely behind him.
Yeah.
As you step onto here, you're stepping through the coalescing miasma, whirling orange thing. You're basically stepping through the gate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And when you end up on the other side, first of all, it's very, very warm. It's probably 110 degrees. It's really warm, Fahrenheit. So it's really warm. You are now suddenly hotter than you've been in a very long time. Okay. Especially if you're wearing armor or you have really thick fur. So it's suddenly super warm. It's very dry. And the walls of the maze that you're walking into are like they are in the picture. So when you look at the picture of Voss, you see that they look like they are like fences, wrought iron fences with gaps between bars or slats. But you notice that between the slats or the bars, where the gaps are, it's pitch black. You can't see what's there. You can't see through it to the other side. You just see blackness. Does that make sense? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? Not that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to you. But you can roll a knowledge arcana check if you want to try to figure out what's happening.
Fail.
8 total.
Yeah,
24.
I got an 8.
Nice.
So, who got the 24? And no one else got nearly that high?
No.
Okay.
Got double what I got.
Yeah. Konos, you recognize pretty immediately that it's magical darkness between the slats, so that you purposefully can't see through that, but it does give you the sort of kind of illusion of a gate with gaps between it that you should be able to see through, but you cannot.
Okay. So my robe of acuity essentially gives me true sight.
Mm-hmm.
That is dark vision out to 120 feet. You can see invisible creatures and objects and into the ethereal plane.
Mm-hmm.
So am I able to? Is that to help me see through this at all, or is that being blocked?
It will if you purposefully use it to see through that.
Okay.
Does my monocle help?
Your monocle will also help.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to sort of go back and forth. Keep my eye on Voss, and then peering through all this darkness here with the rope.
So as you do this, he starts moving pretty swiftly through the maze, expecting you to follow him. And you see that sitting on the other side of the walls at certain spots in this room, building, whatever, are bone devils and bearded devils. And they have spears pointed at the gaps. So the question is, number one, do you still follow Voss? And number two, do you tell Marcel and Imran? Because actually you see it too with your monocle.
Yeah. Is there another way through, or is there only one path through that he's forcing us into?
It's a maze, so he's getting to where he's coming up to a place where there's an intersection and he's going to turn. So far, he's about 4 or 5 steps in front of you now, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead, Dave.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I'll speak up definitely and say, I see devils with pitchforks and spears, ready to spear any passersby in the darkness.
Great. I'm gonna Congo line it with Konos in the front. I'm gonna just be right behind him with like a hand on his shoulder, like, you got this.
So maybe do we have to stay close to Voss to not get speared, or is he leading us into a trap?
Definitely mind the gaps. Stay away from the darkness as much as possible, but I think stay with him.
Okay.
Where'd he go?
Did you just say where'd he go?
I mean, I hope he hasn't gotten out of sight while we're having this conversation. I would still be walking.
God, scare me like that.
Let me give you a... That didn't work. Okay, well that's not... Oh, new technology. Gotta love it. There we go. Did that work?
Yes.
Okay. So, you see him move forward. Up to here. And the question is, are you following him?
Yes. Closely.
When you get to here, someone roll me a 1d4.
I think we need to hurry to catch up.
Three.
Marcel.
Yeah.
Oh no.
19 versus your AC.
Yeah, that hits.
Oh crap.
A spear pokes out from the blackness between two of the screen, and you take 4 damage. And I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
What?
The DC is 12.
23.
Okay. The DM says as he laughs. And Voss keeps going. I'm assuming that you are all going to keep up.
Yeah.
Try to.
That wasn't nice.
Dear.
Boss, I thought this was safe.
It's the safest it can be. Of course it's safe.
God.
Great.
I
Love
mean,
this
look,
place already.
I don't think our
There's nothing happening to me.
I cling to his back.
So you move up to there, and someone roll me a d4. Konos, you see a bone devil leaning down in that area.
I'm
3
gonna try
again.
to call out where they are if I can when I see them.
What did you roll?
3 again.
Marcel.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh. 20 versus your AC.
Oh no!
That one misses.
Right. You take 14 damage,
Oh, yeah, that hurt.
Ow!
and I need you to
What?
make me a Constitution saving throw.
23.
Okay.
Okay. The fuck?
And at this point, Voss says, "Oh, so sorry. I'm almost lost myself. We need to go this way." And he turns and he moves over to here.
How long is this going to take?
Oh, we're almost there. Don't worry. Never mind the
Good.
the friends that are here. You know, they're just guarding the gate. It's fine. And he comes over to here. And I need
I mean, some of us are getting turned into pincushions back here.
someone roll a d4. Try not to roll a 3.
2.
There you go.
Konos.
Yeah.
17 versus your AC.
Hits.
You see a big bearded devil reach out with a pike, and it does 11 damage, and I need you to make me a DC 14 Constitution save.
Okay. 17.
Okay.
You said I
And-
took 14 damage?
Yes. 11. Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, 11 altogether. And at that point, Voss turns the corner. And you see in front of you this thing is ridiculous. You see in front of you a very tall black altar, and the altar has, so you're all over here now. Also, Konos and Axley, you see that there are some bearded and bone devils. They're starting to sort of surround the area. They're in the darkness behind walls and whatnot, just out of your direct line of sight. And they're kind of crowding up, sort of looking at the altar. The altar is a enormous black altar, and it has a symbol of Asmodeus on it. And as Voss walks up to it, he says, you all did very well. You followed me very closely, and you didn't really even notice anything that was happening, or at least you didn't say anything. That shows a lot of heart, and obviously you must really want to negotiate. And he snaps his fingers, and the altar actually lifts, sort of comes, more of it comes out of the ground and lifts up. And then you see there's a door in it. And he says, if you go through this door, you will be in the personal intake room of my boss, Arnemith. He will be there, and he will be able to make whatever deals with you that you presume are necessary.
Okay.
Shall we?
Let's go then.
Well, thank you for your guidance. It was swift and to the point.
Thank you. I like you. I hope that I'm able to assist you in the drawing up of the contract, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get that far.
Are you going to come in with us, or are you going to stay out here?
Well, I will be within earshot. If the boss needs me, he'll call in his way, and I'll come and I'll write up the stupid contract. But anyway, it's the most boring part of the job, you know. You all did very well. Normally people yell out and scream and start having terrors and everything, and it's much more fun, but you did well. Perhaps I'll see you on the way back to the gate.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go through the door.
God, I can't believe we're doing this.
I can't either.
Oh yeah, how bad could it be?
Fine.
Things you never want your DM to say.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Honestly, though.
So when you walk through the door, it's still very hot, and you're walking into what amounts to a throne room. The walls are made of bleeding flesh, and the floors are made of gravel with sharp glass in it. And the throne itself is carved out of a giant skull. And in front of you is a perfectly normal-looking human male, about middle-aged, filing his fingernails. Yes, I was told that there was someone coming through the gate. What is it that you need from me? I don't usually get bothered.
Jonas will give a bow to him and say, we don't want to bother you for too long, but we desperately need assistance with a problem we are having on the material plane. Wish to bargain for access to your gate network. Help us transport a large volume of water from the common plateau to the blue plateau. We've been told that you're the person who can make this happen.
You want the use of the gates of the Red Plateau?
Yes.
What type of material are you moving through the gates?
Water.
Water.
Yes. Water.
So not only do you
All the
need
water.
to move things through the gates, you need me to reduce the temperature so that the water does not evaporate.
Hadn't thought
There's
of
a
that
lot of
one.
water. I don't think
Love it.
it'll all evaporate.
I mean, as long as the evaporated water gets through, then that would be fine.
How is it that you're planning to move this water, evaporated or not, through the gates?
I assumed pressure.
Pressure. From what?
Well, water flows, right? So if you open a door underwater, then water is just going to do its thing and go through the door. I guess the more important part would be maybe funneling it so that it goes through the other gate and not just flood your plane with water.
So you want me to open up a new gate in the bottom of something to let
Well, to be
water
fair,
drain out.
most of our plane is already underwater, so there's probably some gates that have been flooded already. I don't think you need a new gate. Or are you telling me that all of your gates happen to be on the top of mountains and are not underneath the water?
It's neither here nor there where the gates actually are. The point is
Okay.
that you need one that water will flow through because you don't have another
Okay.
method to get it to go.
Right, fair enough.
Okay. What else?
Well, we need that water to get sent to the blue plateau.
So you want to open up a gate and create a passage
Correct.
from the common plateau to the blue plateau through the red plateau. So you want two
Yes,
gates.
we've been told. Yes, we've been told that that's the only way this could be routed.
Right beside each other.
And what do you think the cost of this should be?
I'm guessing a cupcake's not going to cut it.
Probably not. But do you have any?
I do.
He puts out his hand.
What do I get in exchange for it?
Thank you.
You won't just give me a cupcake?
Well, it's a very important cupcake. You know, I have an easy request. Boots, because I don't have any boots on my feet, and your floor is hurting.
So you'll give me a cupcake if I make my floor not hurt your feet anymore?
I can give you more than one cupcake for that.
One for each foot.
Clarify.
That's perfect.
Clarify. She asked for a pair of nice boots. I assume they want to keep their feet and not simply just have their feet removed.
Well, they're offering to make it stop hurting, which works perfectly fine.
Yes, but you're not specifying the manner that they're going to use to make it stop hurting.
Why are we doing this?
Oh, we're doing this. You're talking with a legal professional here.
Oh, no.
So, how about just making the glass disappear from the floor?
Okay. For 2 cupcakes.
Making the glass disappear from the room?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. For 2 cupcakes.
I like a Konos.
If you're comfortable with that.
This is so dumb.
Look, if
Love
we're
it
getting
so
screwed
much.
on something, we need to get screwed now, not when we're bargaining the rights for the water.
Yeah.
Dude,
Get
actually,
the pain out of the way early. Sure.
oh my god.
I take 2
Time.
cupcakes out. I take 2 cupcakes out and I hand them over.
Time. How long do you
About
want me
time.
to remove the glass from the room?
Oh, Christ.
Until we leave?
You're not very experienced in this, are you?
No.
No.
All right.
This is our first time.
Total newbies.
All right, very well. Give me the cupcakes.
Hand them the cupcakes.
You didn't make me sign the contract first.
Oh my god.
Do I have to teach you mortals everything?
Apparently.
Well, see, this is why it's a good learning experience.
He
That's why I
moves
brought
the-
the cupcakes.
He moves the cupcakes over to his mouth, and his mouth and head kind of expand
Oh no.
and open.
Oh no.
Fit both cupcakes.
Oh, boy.
And he like swallows them in one bite, and then his face and everything goes back down to normal.
Okay, now that was worth it.
Oh my god.
So I will grant you your desire, your gates to move water through from the common plateau to the blue plateau
Mhm.
without evaporation. How much water? All of it?
Only the
Not
water
all
that
of it.
used to belong in the blue plateau.
How much is that?
I don't know.
Very well. I will
80% of it?
grant you your desire. But you must bring me the Ark of Sorrow.
I'm only 12 years old. It's not like I know much. The what?
The Ark of Sorrow.
The Ark of Sorrow. What is this?
Well, the Ark of Sorrow is a very fancy sword that I deserve to have in my possession. It's being created right now by Solgrimud. And they're making it, but they're using Gethrad to power their forge. And number one, that's unfair. And number two, it is unbecoming of Gethrad to be doing that. And I don't know what they're going to do with the sword afterward, and I deserve the sword. Therefore, I want you to get it for me.
So wait, is the sword done or is it being created?
It's almost done as we speak. You have excellent timing.
So you want us to wait until the sword is done?
No, I want you to go now and get rid of the distractions and let Solgrimud finish the sword and then bring it to me.
Was he planning to give it to you anyways?
Of course not. If he was, I wouldn't need you.
So we're stealing the sword?
No, you're procuring the sword as part of a contract.
I don't think that's how he's going to see it.
I don't care.
So Soldier and Gethrad are other devils, I take it?
Oh no, Gethrad is a Baelor.
Frick.
He's
Excuse me,
trapped,
what?
though, you see. He's trapped, and they're using him to power the forge. It's the only way to make such a powerful weapon is to power the forge with the energy of a demon.
Let me see.
Oh God.
And what kind of devil is
the look on Nina's face.
I don't. Judging by Matt's reaction to that, it's not a good thing. But I've not heard of that.
Oh, this is gonna be
I have
fun.
enough experience with this that I'm just like, oh yeah, I know perfectly well what we're getting into. Marcel, on the other hand, has no fucking clue.
Mars, yeah, Connor's like, Baelor, okay, sure, right, whatever that is.
Big scary demon, gotcha. There's no difference.
Right. Next question: where is Solgrimud making this, and how do we get there?
I can create a
And
gate
does he like
right
cupcakes?
there. What'd you say?
And does he like cupcakes?
I don't think he can be bought so easily. I can create a gate right there that will take you right to the Demon Forge.
Okay.
Oh,
So
boy.
what kind of devil is the Forge Master?
Well, you see, I mean, if I
I
tell
don't like
you,
that.
if I tell you everything, then you won't have any surprises.
Can you tell us what the sword looks like, so we know we're bringing you the right one?
Oh, they're only making one.
So the sword.
The sword they're making.
And you said he hasn't finished, so we have to make sure that he finishes. What is it? What distractions? What are you? What do you mean by distractions?
You'll see.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's a
So
demon
when-
forge. They're chaotic, you know, running around, always causing hassles. That's why the sword's not done yet.
So you're telling me there's
It's gonna
more
ha-
than just the Valor that's funding the fueling the forge.
Probably. But only the Balor's, you know, fueling it. The others are just there wreaking havoc. They're without couth, you know, they're very uncouth. They just run around. It's ridiculous.
How many demons and devils can see invisible things?
What do you mean? Are you asking if all demons and devils have true sight?
Yeah,
Yes.
great. Good to know.
Would Solgrimud bargain for something if we were to give him something in exchange for the sword?
Oh no, she will not want to give up the sword.
She wants to keep the sword for herself.
No, she's making it for someone else. But I want
Who?
it. I deserve it.
Who's she making
You
it
need
for?
to get it for me.
Right? Who's she making it for?
I have a really
I
bad
don't care.
about this.
It doesn't matter. He snaps his finger and
Get him-
Voss pops into existence beside him. Voss, will you drop the contract, please? Voss nods, and he pulls out this big scroll, and he unrolls it till he gets to the very beginning, and he
So
takes a
there's
quill.
something we're gonna need
Yeah.
if you want this to actually work, though.
He dips the quill in a little vial of blood, and he starts writing. Yes, what is it?
Immunity to fire.
What do you mean?
Well, we're going into a forge, which I assume is hotter than the area we're in right now.
All of the heat is being focused into the actual forge so the weapon could be created. I mean, it's warm there, but it's not overly warm. It's like this. Rather chilly, actually.
I still think we'd have a better chance if fire doesn't immediately crisp us.
So what do you want? Resistance to fire.
Sure.
Voss. It's being written into the contract. What else?
We need to go over this and solidify
Oh,
it
yeah.
because I don't.
I don't know. Actually, let's take a good close look of really detailed look at this, shall we?
I mean, we have
He's still
both
writing it.
sides. Yeah. We have both sides of the bargain to kind of solidify. One, I think we've covered our bases in terms of the water deal. All of the water that didn't belong in the material plane go through, well, the I keep forgetting what the material plane is called. Green Plateau? Common Plateau. The water that
it sounds
didn't
like
belong to Common Plateau through the portal to the Blue Plateau without it evaporating.
I mean, it's almost like it's like we want like the sea levels, the ocean levels, restored to where they were, right before the sinking, like 51 years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
Years ago.
I guess that would be a good way to put an actual
Agent.
return the water levels to what they were 51 years ago by siphoning the excess water out and back to the water plateau, to the Blue Plateau. I mean, the other thing is how we're going to survive fighting, or at least distracting them long enough for the sword to be done and then stealing the sword. Unless you want to do another bargain, but then we're going to be bargaining for bargains and bargains and bargains and bargains.
Yeah, the KISS rule is applying.
Yeah, the only thing. We have that demonic sword that's following us around. What if we give it in exchange? That was my only. If we trade sword for sword, that one seems to be pretty well known, pretty powerful.
True.
If it transport and follow us,
Yeah. We have that with us.
I'm sure it can find us.
No,
All we have to do is have Axley ask for it, and it's probably going to be in his pocket.
I don't know if I want to do
Actually,
that. And don't you think he's going to know the difference?
No, that case would be just exchanging it, but that's assuming that they think
Oh.
that the swords are of equal value. I don't know if this Arc of Sorrow is going to match up to whatever. We had a name for it. I don't know where it is.
It's way back when. It was like the first time we talked to Tadius.
I don't have it.
I don't think it has. I don't know if it has a name, but it was forged in Mount Brachiel. The sword that follows us is bad. Its preferred owner, and its brother's name is Celagon. I don't know if it has a name. It does have a brother sword named Celagon. Supposedly, to get rid of it, we have to throw it into Mount Brachiel. I think. I don't have that written down, but I think I remember that.
So one option would be offering that sword in exchange. The problem is if we're offering a sword in exchange, they know we're after the sword, which makes dealing it a bit harder.
So we need to
Plus, there's the notion of, I mean, and this isn't going to stop me from agreeing to this, but there's the notion that, we're going to, by pleasing one devil, we're going to be angering another. So it'd be nice to know who that is, who we're about to make as an enemy.
Demon, not a devil too. It's going to a demon, right?
No.
Oh.
The one holding the gate is a devil. The one making it is a devil. There is a demon that is locked up and being used as fuel for a forge.
Okay.
And Marcel has a really bad idea about just liberating that guy to steal the sword. Because a pissed off Balor is the best distraction you could possibly get.
as long as you're not in the way of it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked for the fire thing. Because if we're releasing the thing that's firing the forge, you can bet it's actually made of fire or something. That's what Marcel was thinking. So it was like, yeah, everything's hot here, so I'd like not to be burnt to a crisp.
Call.
This is going to be a disaster.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, I think the only other thing we could think of asking or trying to figure out before going is some kind of way to mask who we are so that we don't necessarily make more enemies than we want to. That again, once we're out of here, they're going to have a hard time coming after us. They're devils. They can't exactly enter our plane. They could send assassins, aka the next person who asks them a favor, and just, hey, these schmucks, you have to kill them and I'll give you whatever you want.
Good idea. I remember that one.
So we'd be looking over our shoulders for the rest of our lives.
Oh boy. Oh. This is something we're actually going to go through with?
The other thing is we could redirect the anger and let him know who's taking the sword.
Could.
And one final condition. At the bottom of the contract where it has all of our signature blocks where we'll all be signing, there also needs to be a signature block for Voss, because since he's drafting the contract, he also needs to sign and suffer by any positive or negative effects therein.
Roll a persuasion check.
18, and then plus...
Voss says, absolutely not. And Arnemeth says, done.
I turn to Voss and say, get the point?
You would do well not to anger an Aranese again.
We're all going to die in here.
Speaking of making enemies of devils,
Just keeping you honest.
Oh He is done writing the contract. Do you want to look it over?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
He hands it to you. What is it that you want to make sure of?
Oh, I'm just admiring the remarkable penmanship here, and
It's-
I'm looking for any kind of.
It's beautiful red calligraphy.
Yeah.
Certainly is. And I'm, again, using the robe. I'm looking for any kind of invisible writing that wouldn't normally be seen, any hidden clauses that aren't, we didn't explicitly talk about, things like that.
It says if the Ark of Sorrow is delivered to Arnemeth, that 2 gates will be utilized to allow for the movement of water from the Common Plateau through the Red Plateau into the Blue Plateau. The water shall not
As long as it takes to accomplish it.
The water shall not exceed the amount of water that was present in the Blue Plateau on year 0.
Okay.
And it's there for as long as it takes to get the water to move through.
And there's the whole water not evaporating, blah blah blah.
Right. The temperature control, yes. All the water
Okay.
that gets moved through the first gate will go through the second gate. In
Right.
whatever form. If it's evaporated, it'll still go through and then it'll recondense on the other side.
What about the
In the most expeditious manner and least amount of time possible.
Okay. It says that.
does it say anything about the resistance to fire for the party?
It does not.
Yeah, we need that in the contract.
Voss sighs, takes the contract, rips it up, and it bursts into flames.
Oh.
And he starts a new one. Dips his
Now we have to check the whole thing again.
I feel for as a paralegal. I feel for Voss. I feel sorry for him now. That's my life right there. Your boss writes down the one thing you have to. Okay, can't even start off from scratch.
So he finishes writing the second one and presents it to you.
You have to review the whole thing again.
Yep, we read the whole thing again.
You notice that it says at the bottom that if you do not deliver the sword, that one of your souls is...
What?
I was gonna ask that, like, once we were finished up. I was gonna be like, is there any stipulations if we don't manage to succeed?
Is Voss's signature on the block on the bottom?
He hasn't signed it yet. There's a spot for it, but he hasn't signed it yet.
Okay. I turn to Voss and say, no, my name is L-E-Y.
God damn it. Oh, Lord.
He takes it, rips it,
No,
bursts into flames. He does another
No,
one.
he is gonna have to. He's gonna be the one leading us out of here. Just,
Yeah.
just FYI.
He finishes
If it looks
it.
good,
I assume
first,
we'll-
I would like my legal counsel to have a look at it. Thaddeus. I'm gonna summon Thaddeus.
God! Oh God!
You pull,
Oh
you
my
pull
God.
Tadius out of the...
Thaddeus, yes.
He doesn't come out.
Oh.
Whoa. You're
By
chicken
using the
shit.
phrase.
It's only
he
the
goes,
Red Plateau.
And Arnemeth says, what is that?
No.
I like those.
what,
It's
magic
obviously
items?
something that's not working.
I want that.
Oh, I see. Well, sadly, that's not in the contract.
That contract can be redone, and he snaps his fingers and the other one bursts into flames.
Oh man.
Just as Voss is finishing the last line.
He pulls out another one and starts writing again. I like that rod. It has a soul in it.
Yeah,
That's
it
the
does,
soul
but
I
yeah.
want. That one.
If we don't get the sword back.
Voss, put that in the contract.
Seriously gonna give him Tadius if we don't do this?
Also,
Well, would you rather give
realize
him one of our souls?
you just bargained away someone else's soul.
Yeah,
No.
we're not doing
Hang on.
that.
We
We're
haven't
not
decided.
doing that.
We haven't signed anything yet.
Oh, Voss, clear it up.
You're gonna have to
We're
do
not
some quick
doing that.
persuasion now to get him to not want that rod. Voss finishes the contract and hands it over.
Does Voss
Yeah.
have a soul?
Devils.
It's
don't-
already
Already
forfeited
is.
to 9 hells. So that's
Oh,
how he
he's
got.
in-
That's how he
he's in
got this
houses.
job.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was a prerequisite to get the interview.
Yeah.
Soulless
terrible.
bureaucrat. There you go, trying to change the deal when it was already set in.
It's not set until it is signed. This is a big negotiation, you see. I'm still teaching you.
Yeah, that rod is not ours to give.
Oh,
Yeah, we
so
can't
you're
give a
telling
soul
me
of
you stole
another.
it from someone else?
Yeah, more like borrowed it.
I see.
Came to us.
It came to you. Oh.
I like pull everybody aside and talk to them. Don't like talking with them, listening, because anything I bring up is just going to be like, oh yeah, I want that too.
Sidebar.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone in here and anywhere in here that they cannot listen to unless you bargain for they're not listening in on your conversation.
That's true.
For what it's worth, they can't. For what it's worth, they can't read my mind.
Okay, is Konos like, I nudge Konos to be like, telepathy.
Yeah, got it. Okay, go on.
So I say to Konos in my mind, do you think we can trade out the rod, Tadius's rod, for the sword we were talking about? You can have two.
I'll respond telepathically. See, I'm responding telepathically to her and say, he seems very interested. I don't know if we should.
No, I don't like it. I don't want. We can't give him Tadius, so we need to give him something that he's interested in. The sword is the only other really like big thing that we have, other than like our own souls.
Which is what we're going to end up giving you, not something else.
Nothing else. That's just more incentive for us to succeed.
I mean, we have to succeed anyways, but
Yeah. I would rather it.
I mean, if you think we can succeed,
I don't think we'd be here if we didn't think we could succeed.
yeah.
Right.
But I don't think we should be bargaining with souls that aren't ours.
yeah. Strangely, I think Marcel would be more in fervor of saving Tadius from that fate than Marcel's own soul.
So, I mean, question for the
Also,
We're
DM.
going to succeed. I mean, we just like we're not going to give up our own souls. We're going to fight just as hard to not lose our own souls.
Yeah, the difference is, like, at that point, you might as well not bargain someone else's soul.
I'm not bargaining. Okay, question for the DM. How, like, terrible... How angry would Goros be if Emerin bargained her soul? Like, is that something that's frowned upon, or is it just... Like, the bargaining of another
As the
person's soul
chosen
is
of
allowed?
Goros owns your soul. If you bargain it to a demon or devil, you'll probably immediately lose your connection.
Because I was going to say, that's going to be a tempting offer that might get his interest over Tadius.
Oh,
Guess
absolutely.
the other...
Or are you
So
kidding
why do you
me?
wanna
A
think you'll risk-
radiant soul, they would love to have your soul.
Why do we,
I know,
why
but
do we
if-
don't want to bargain your soul?
Well, okay. Again, like, failing isn't really an option. However, I would say... This is all telepathic, by the way.
Sure, yeah, I know.
Mostly to Konos. Technically, the Book of Proof revealed that both Marcel and Konos, their names aren't really Marcel and Konos. If they sign the contract and for some reason things go wrong and we don't... If we bargain one of your souls, I hate to say that, but if we bargain one of your souls, you can be like, hey, that's not my real name, I didn't actually sign the contract.
I
Yeah,
think the
but
contracts are a little more glad than that, though.
The
Yeah.
contract
signed-
is
Yeah, like
signed,
there's-
it's signed in blood. You put
It's
your
signed
blood
in
print.
blood.
You don't sign your name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's like true names and stuff going on. This,
But-
yeah, I mean, we're not
but-
gonna.
I'm trying really
Yeah.
hard.
But that is
I know.
a fantastic idea if you want to try to I mean that
Hoodwink a devil?
would be a deception check.
No, I'm really bad at those.
Well, it wouldn't be you.
I'm
it
not
would be
doing
it
it.
would be the other two because
Yeah.
they would have to be putting their blood on it with the intention of
Oh,
of not signing it.
with the intention of this isn't really my blood. I'm
this is
misrepresenting who I
Marcel.
am.
Yeah, this is like...
Oh,
I
Then
think,
the
I think
contract's
we
gonna
can
be-
bargain because he wants the rod really bad. So I think we could bargain to get whatever we need to be more successful, have the greatest chance of success by putting that on the contract. I think we'll be fine.
I am
Trust me, we'll be
morally...
fine.
I am morally obligated to say no to that. I cannot...
Yeah.
Not someone that does not have a say in this. Like, all four of us, we have a say in this, where you can say, hey, yeah, I'm willing to do this. Claudius does not have that option. He won't come out, so we can't give him that option. So I cannot let that happen. That is something I will stand firm on.
But if I
can't...
assure you he
we're
really
not
won't
doing
be in danger.
How can you do that?
Yeah, it's still... It's he's not a part of the conversation. We cannot put his life on the line, even if there's a 99% chance of success. It's just not something I can do.
I'm not putting his life on the line. I'm putting the rod. He'll get the rod.
Yeah, but I think we'd be
Someone put
better off.
someone inside.
Rod
think we'd
contains
be
a
better
soul.
off.
Who says he has to be inside?
He's linked to the rod, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
You haven't actually. You don't know if he's trapped in there. He just said
That's
he's
why if we
been
put
in
in the
there for a very long time.
Yeah, that's why I said if we put in the contract, he gets the rod. We're not saying he gets the soul or Thaddeus. He gets the rod.
But Thaddeus isn't even coming out. When do you get Thaddeus out of the
And he-
rod before handing it over?
And he has shown a very keen interest in Thaddeus' soul, so I don't think he's going to accept just the rod. He wants the soul that's in
Right.
it.
Well, it's whatever.
It's
the
a good
contract
idea.
says.
I mean, if the contract says he
He's
wants
been
the rod,
saying he wants the rod.
because he can sense the soul in it, but he hasn't specified the soul in the rod. He specified the rod.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it goes in the contract that he gets the rod,
The point still stands, though. How do you get Tadius out of the rod before you hand it over?
Yeah.
I'm confident we can find a way.
But even if we get him out, if he's it seems like he's somehow magically tied to it. If you speak the passphrase, he has to go back in, right?
And the passphrase is on the wand itself.
In his current state, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we just replaced Tadius, that soul, with one of our souls. I think it's pretty easy
Yeah.
to convince him that our soul
Don't
is
like
more than that one.
At all.
He's just a goat.
But I don't think I'm going to be.
If you can get him to agree, he seems like he's not interested in that anymore.
Yeah, but that's because he doesn't know that one of us is apparently possibly a soul that used to be a child of Valencia, or that one of us is the last in the line of the royalty of a race.
So the other thing
Right.
to tell you, just for full disclosure, is if you bargain away your soul and you die in the battle, you hit 0, your soul's gone.
Oh
Yep.
no!
Yeah,
Nope.
it's not. Once you die, that's it. They take it upon death. They don't wait around, and then there's no resurrection
loan.
because your soul can't be called back. I'm just as the DM telling you for full. I'm not right. That's what would happen if you went down. You might not go down. I don't know, but I'm just saying.
So it assumes that if you go down, you basically forfeited. You failed in the task, and your soul is forfeit.
If you go down, you did fail in the task.
Right.
No death save, just instantly just done.
Right. As soon as you hit 0, out.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you're in the red plateau.
I don't want to do that.
If you were on the common
I don't wanna do
plateau,
this anymore.
you might be able to stop the transfer of that soul, right? But on the red plateau, when the entity who is taking possession of that soul is right there, there's no getting away from it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I almost feel like we have a better shot at doing this stealthily. I almost think this is better to do if we just steal it.
Yeah.
Steal what? The rights to the
Is it-
gates?
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. We don't even know how to
Ooh.
control the gates.
Yeah, there's no way we're gonna be able to do it ourselves.
Especially
Let's
not
see if we
after
can
he
get
knows
it-
exactly
let's see if
what we
can
want.
Get it in the contract that it specifically states that he gets the rod.
You would have to,
Contract.
just to go off on that other tangent, you would have to find someone who might have special knowledge of how to work gates on other planes.
We have
contacts.
contacts. I also don't know. Is Batet? We didn't establish if what's his face is dead. We're gonna go look for that guy that was like Batet's friend that is still alive.
Alex
somewhere.
Graham.
Yeah.
Might, because Batet is the one that wrote manual.
lot.
Is that right? Did he write the manual?
A lot of books.
Wrote what?
The Infernal Gate manual thing.
Yes, he did write it.
Yes.
If Batet wrote that and Allegra Hammond is still alive and they were such in close contact, Allegra might have information about the gates.
They weren't the friends. Allegre and Tefadis, Tadius's former
Ooh.
owner, were friends. I mean, it's possible Batet knew anybody, but
Mm, I don't know. I
Yeah, but then we're taking steps backwards. We don't even know how to get on that tangent.
well,
Yeah,
you know where the seminary of Saint Abdar is.
Yeah, we know where that is. The problem is getting out of here and then coming back and assuming that the next time we come, they'll be just as happy to write whatever
Yeah.
we want on the
Yeah,
contract.
Really intrude
this
on
is
their
a
plane.
one-time thing. I think this is a one-time thing. I mean, it's easier for her to say no deal, and we're going home. Lead us out of here. But then that door shuts and stays shut.
Yeah. Or instead of bargaining one soul, we're bargaining all four.
Yeah, or
Seems
worse.
way dangerous because whichever one of us dies first, gone.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no way to do this without a gamble, without risk, right? So let's make the most calculated risk. We don't want to put ourselves in a situation where it makes it more likely we'll fail, because if one of us falls in battle, instantly our soul's gone.
Right. That's why I don't want to pursue this one, because even if we do have to steal the rights and we have to get into a battle, if you guys go down, I can bring you back. That's the thing. If I have a little bit of a safeguard, and I feel a little bit more comfortable with that, rather than, even if we're fighting more, I still feel like that's a safer gamble than, if one of us hits the limit and we die, there's no coming back.
No, I still think we should pursue the fact that he's got his salivating for Thaddeus.
Do it.
I think we use that against him. You know how wonderful it'd be to beat him at his own game, beat a devil at his own game.
The point.
I physically am morally
Come on, we're
obligated.
good. Trust me.
Can't.
We'll get through it.
But you're-
we're good.
Yeah, the problem is we
What's
have
your
no
plan?
way of guaranteeing to get Thaddeus out of the rod before handing the rod over.
We won't fail.
It's such a gamble.
Does anybody
Such a
remember
gamble.
what guild Blacksley is the head of?
Inquisitors Guild.
Inquisitors Guild.
So if you want information, you have a source.
Oh.
But like you said, you're right. If you can right now say we're done, we're not going to negotiate. We've decided we don't want to do this. They will not stop you from leaving. That's not how they work, right? They want to negotiate.
But they'd never be able to make bargains if they did that.
Well, if you come back and you want something later, you're going to have to give a lot more than you would give now, probably. Yeah. Or you'd have to go to a different devil, and they are going to give you a different task or want something different, right? But, if you're looking for other options, it is not predestined that you have to make this deal. You can choose not to. Those choices matter. You have choices that matter.
Yeah.
This isn't set up to funnel you into doing this and you have no choice. But everybody basically has to agree, right? You can't
Yeah, that's where we're hitting the issue, because Emery will not bargain someone else's soul. She can't do it.
And I think at this point we all need to be.
I totally agree with you, David. I would 100% do it, but Emery can't do it. She can't do it.
I'm just saying, I think that this is something we all need to be in unanimous agreement on, whatever we decide to do.
Does. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking.
If Emerin agrees, will you both agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, can I have a private word with Emerin?
God.
Is there a way we can speak privately? Like, can you do just a link with me? Is that possible?
Nope.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I mean, I could be a Voss in this situation, but I can't cast telepathy on either of you or anything like that.
Yeah.
I really want to.
You have sending, right? Is that?
I have sending
Emery does.
5 words, and it costs a spell slot.
You might need those.
I think it's a spoken word. You have to speak it out loud.
Yeah.
Sending is? I thought you were able to think it.
It's message.
The message.
The message is you whisper into your hand. Sending is I think you can just think it.
Oh. Yeah.
I said she mentioned the one.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I sent you a message just going, the one nice thing we have going for us on this potential deal is they're not giving us a timetable. They're not giving us a deadline, say do it in X number of days or X number of hours. It seems to be open-ended as far as that goes.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what Axley was going to say to Imran to try.
Yeah, like I want to roll insight on you so badly right now, but I suck at it, so I'm not going to learn a thing.
I'm trying to think if there's any way if I have any kind of. I don't think I have a spell or anything that does that for communication.
Don't you have Wall of Force or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, but that doesn't stop communication, I don't think.
Not necessarily soundproof. No.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It might.
I don't think I have anything that. Can I? Okay. What languages does Emran speak? Is there any unique languages that you speak?
Common and Dwarvish.
It's Dwarvish. I think I speak Dwarvish without even needing a spell. So
Pretty sure the devils do too.
Probably, yeah.
I think the only thing you could speak that they wouldn't be able to understand is Celestial.
Ooh, yeah, they wouldn't like hearing that.
yeah, I
No.
don't speak that.
Neither.
Yeah, that might actually enrage them.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Start speaking in Celestial in hell. Yeah, that'll go great.
Yeah. You don't have sending memorized?
I mean, I do. It just costs a spell slot.
That's why I
And
level.
it's
What
only
level?
25 words. Third.
25 would be enough.
Okay.
What level is it?
Third level spell
Third
slot.
level.
That's a third.
Only have 2 left.
Well, all right. I mean, I guess I could just write on a piece of paper as long as
You could
we destroy it afterwards.
just burn it.
Yeah.
True sight
I can
doesn't
write it in
necessarily.
Dwarvish, I guess. I'm just wondering, is it can it be spied on? Is there any?
We can try, but I don't think true sight necessarily means omnipresent viewing. They still have to actually be able to see the paper
Yeah.
to read what's on it.
And read what's on it. Be able to read what's on it. Yeah.
Okay, how do I send a message here?
Write it on a piece of paper.
There's like
How can
no
I send a
chance-
private message?
there's like no chance we want to bargain a sword. Like,
What sword?
today. The one that's following us, evil one with the skull on it. Just be like, hey, instead of this rod with the soul in it, possibly the sword.
Well, the problem there is, first, we don't know if the sword would cooperate, and we don't even know how much evil and power it has. That could get us in even more trouble, just trying to bring that sword into it. And then, worst case, what if that sword has more power? What if that sword is something we definitely don't want falling into the hands of a devil? We don't know enough about the nature of that sword to give
We
it
don't
to
know the
someone.
nature of the Arc of Sorrow either. It's probably a very
That's
powerful.
what I'm
artifact.
worried about too.
Sure,
Whole thing. This
sure
whole
it is,
thing
but
isn't vibing.
but it's going to cause infighting between devils, which really isn't our problem. I mean,
It won't matter if that sword is so powerful that it just.
they're going to just fight amongst themselves for control. It's going to be an internal battle.
For how long?
I mean, internal battle between devils is perfectly. It's great in terms of mortals because that means they're too busy between each other to worry about the mortal plane.
Yeah, they're nice and distracted for a while.
Now you give him a sword that wasn't here, so they both have these evil swords made. Then, that might not be great. Not
Okay.
to mention,
All
if
right,
we
then,
do free
I'm
the
gonna-
Bulgura, then you have another demon who's also wreaking havoc in the same area.
Okay, then I'll write this on a piece of paper as long as you just read it and give it back to me, and then you have to promise that you won't disclose this secret.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. I don't know
I'm
what's
sending you
happening.
a private message.
Okay.
Perfect.
So what did you do? You wrote this on a piece of paper?
Yeah, in Dwarvish.
Oh, this
You-
brings up so many questions.
You have to tell the audience.
I do.
Well, the audience needs
Why?
to
It might not
hear.
ever come into play.
I would say that's something that could be edited into the podcast and post, or
That's a huge pain in the butt to edit one line in.
Or
to be perfectly honest.
or should like Karu and I just like take our headphones off and step out for like 30 seconds or so?
So no. So I mean, I guess the question is, what is Imran going to do with whatever piece of information?
Sure. Yeah, that is.
It's kind of the thing. I'm not 100% sure what that means. So I kind of need a little bit more than that.
That's what you
I don't know.
got.
Is it?
That's the piece of paper you were given.
I don't know what that means. Is it? I might need to. Can I look something up then? Am I allowed to just say it?
if your character
we're all out of
would
character?
if you think your character would know what he's talking about, then yeah, feel free to look something up. It's fine.
I don't know if she
If you let's see, if you
would.
want, I can.
Is it? Just I don't know what it is, honestly.
I don't have the message either, so I can't help you. I literally don't know either. Audience, this is actually kind of fun.
Okay, here.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
scroll
no,
another
no,
thing
no,
on a piece of paper.
no, don't say anything.
No?
No, it's fine.
No?
Okay.
Let it be a mystery.
Okay. Don't like it.
But so
No.
you might need
Do you
to send
want
it
some
to
cl-
me, because the issue is I can't help Imran
No, you
determine if
can't.
her character. I can't help Nina determine if Imran would actually know what you're talking about, because I don't know what the note says that you sent.
Okay, if you want something to clarify, here, I can write something else on the paper.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot it to Sam. This is really funny.
I mean, whatever it is, like in terms of Marcel, it's like Emmerin has a better moral compass than Marcel, and Marcel knows this. So if Emmerin agrees to a deal,
Okay, all right,
Sounds
Amaran,
great.
here comes the other message.
Holy shit!
Does that clarify?
It doesn't clarify it for us.
No.
My God. Okay. This was the first one, Sam, that didn't know what this was until there was a
Are you
clarification.
forwarding
Okay.
it to him?
Yeah, I knew
Did,
that existed.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't know what that was, but we got a little bit of a clarification.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I take the piece of paper and I crumple it in my hand and cast Sacred Flame and just burn it. And
You see both of
trusting you
the
with
you see Voss and
oh,
Artemis
oops.
shiver when you do that. They like, ooh.
Right.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
that feeling you get where you like just involuntarily shiver, and they, you know, they say, oh, somebody's walking over your grave, you know, that thing. That's what they just did when you cast Sacred Flame.
Yeah, let's just cast a divine spell. And...
Bad. And I just go, Actually, I'm trusting you with this one. What you need to do.
Thank you. So, I mean, it's all for nothing if
so
you won't
hard
agree to the terms the way we want them stated anyway. So
Yeah.
that's the next fight, is to try to sneak it into the contract in that way.
Right. So I'll go along with it. For now, what does the final contract look like?
Well, Axley apparently has to specify
Yeah.
something.
I'll dictate. Yeah, I'll dictate to Voss the paragraph of what's at stake, and make it seem innocently like, okay, you need to remove this section about our souls, and say what's up for exchange, which is the rod that he desires.
Wait, say that again. So you're looking at the new contract that Voss drew up?
Yeah, and I'll try to dictate to Voss, kind of, you know, not so obviously, how to state it in the contract.
And how are you stating it in the contract?
That he gets the rod in my possession that he wanted.
Okay. If you fail, or with the sword?
Well, he said if we failed, right? That was the initial.
You're the one dictating it to Voss.
Why would I give it to him just regardless? I'd say it would be
because you pissed Voss off and he doesn't care.
Well, if that's the case, he has to give us a lot more. Then he has to give us a lot more assistance.
As in?
Any ideas? More information on what we're facing? How to distract or free the sword, or free the demon?
All you have to do is get the sword once it's completed.
Oh, well, that's vague.
Well, Solgrimud is not going to fight once it's completed. That's all she wants, is to finish her magnum opus. She doesn't
What's
care
going to
really
prevent
who
us from
gets
taking it? What's going to prevent us from taking
it? You're going into a demon forge. Death will prevent you from taking it.
So you're saying what we need is a death ward?
No, I'm saying that if you
demons?
die, it will prevent you from taking it.
So you're saying we'll get attacked the minute we show up by other demons that are there in the forge?
Probably. I'm assuming. I guess it depends.
So how can we pass unnoticed or camouflaged?
Look, this is for you to figure out. I'm not writing it in the contract.
Hey,
if you want to be camouflaged, you'll have to deal with that yourself. That's part of the fun of this. Don't you understand? If I was going to camouflage, I'd just camouflage myself and go get the sword.
Well, then why don't you? You seem to want this sword pretty bad. I think if you could do it yourself, you would have long ago.
Are you saying you're done with negotiations?
No, I'm saying that you want this sword very badly, and you want me to throw this rod in. And if you want both of these things, you need to help make this successful.
I already did. I made you resistant to fire. I helped the hairy one's feet. I'm not sure what else I could do for you at this point. Those were very good cupcakes, by the way.
I'm saying you could help us pass unnoticed or be able to get access.
I cannot. I can barely open the gate into the Demon Forge and keep it open long enough for you to get back.
Right. Then you only get the rod if we fail with the sword.
He's the one that said I could get it instead of in either way.
Oh, I said if you could aid us further, if you could make our success more assured.
I've already given you as
If we
much
have to-
aid as I can. Voss, and Voss
Okay.
rolls out.
Then we'll stick to
starts
the
writing-
original. We'll stick to
starts
the
writing
original.
a
Hold on.
contract.
We'll stick to the original then. You'll get it if we fail under the current terms that we agreed.
Very well. Fine. He's writing it. Voss hands you the contract.
So look it over. Does it look like it's as it was? Is it worded like we want?
Mm-hmm. It still has the sentence at the bottom that says, if you fail, one of your souls is forfeit.
Come on, what are you trying to pull here? This has to be removed.
Fine. He rips it up. Poof. Writes a new
Hate
one.
devil.
Gives it to you.
Hate devil.
That's the
I
point.
know.
That's the point.
They'd make lawyers proud.
At the
Mhm.
bottom, it does not say the thing about the soul, but it says the thing about the rod. That if you fail, he gets the rod.
Okay. Okay. Well, it looks to be in order from what I can see.
Are we satisfied?
The only other thing I could think of would be if you want to guarantee that you get the rod, no matter whether we fail or succeed, then you would also have to guarantee us that if we make an attempt to get this sword and we fail to get the sword, then you still hold up your end of the bargain and you get the rod.
I thought
No.
that's what the contract said.
The contract says,
No, it says that
you're bringing me the sword.
if we fail,
If
we bring the
if
sword.
you bring me the
For
sword, I will provide for you the
Yes.
movement of enough water to take the common plateau down to the range before the flood
Correct.
via 2 portals with
Yes.
no evaporation. And if you fail to bring me the sword, I get the rod.
But you do not fulfill the gate portion.
Of course not. I win either way. You give me the sword and I win and you get what you want. Or you don't get me the sword because you fail and I get the rod.
And we get nothing.
Because we'd be dead.
Correct. Your souls
see.
would not be forfeit. That would be your reward.
Okay. We better get the sword then.
I'm not sure Imran's too happy with this.
I'm gonna have stomach ulcers after this.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to go for it. I think we're gonna get as far as we're gonna get.
Hate it. Hate it.
Okay, so everybody...
Should we make sure that there's something in there about when the transfer starts, assuming we're successful. If that hasn't already been
Yeah.
discussed.
Really smart.
Yeah, I had mentioned it needs to happen as soon as possible and be as expeditious as possible.
Yeah, so
In
if
other words,
you
it
want
can't be a delay where it takes 1,000 years to.
Right. So,
Exactly, yeah.
right, but so do
Yeah.
you want it as soon as he has the sword in his hand? You want it to start?
No. Once
Because
we
that's what
say we
expeditious
are
and
ready.
as fast as possible means.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not do that
Right.
because we need to prepare and make sure that everything's in place before we do this, right?
So you can write in
So what-
if you say a command phrase to him or something.
How about once we give the go ahead for it to start?
Right, but so you need to
Yeah.
designate
That works.
what that is.
Yeah.
Okay,
So like a
write a
pass
phrase out.
Right.
Okay.
Demons are the worst. Devils are the worst.
Yeah, so
Are.
you need to figure out what the passphrase is.
So with
A safe
the
phrase.
good thing about doing a passphrase is that we can give the passphrase to someone else.
Nope.
Yeah.
Only those
Oh, no.
whose name are on the contract.
I mean,
Okay.
Okay.
Except Voss. We'll put a clause in there. He can't use the passphrase.
He can't use it, but he could be a delivery person of it.
Okay.
But that would make him really pissed off because he does not like being a minion. He doesn't want to even be a minion to his boss, and if you do that, you're making him a minion to a mortal. You've already made him so mad. He is going to be.
Yeah, he'll get us. He'll get us even. I mean, he's going to get us even more lost on the way out of here.
Mhm.
Do that.
He's gonna take the long route out. I'm already down
Well.
like 20 points.
Yeah.
How many hit points do you have total?
Okay. No,
40? So what's
That
your
sounds good to me.
passphrase?
Antediluvian.
What?
Antediluvian. Before the flood.
we better all write that down.
That is amazing.
So do you want it in a phrase, or you just want one word?
It should be a phrase. Like a full phrase, yeah.
Okay.
What about turn back the flood and then antediluvian?
I like it.
Okay.
I mean, I think Konos wanted something short and sweet.
That's short enough, I think.
Yeah. Antediluvian. Turn back to flood. That's fine.
So wait, is it turn back the flood antediluvian or antediluvian turn back the flood?
Turn back
The
the flood.
The
Antediluvian.
devil is laughing.
The devil's in the
Oh, yeah.
details.
All right, so
Okay.
turn back the flood antediluvian.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Voss had to rip up the last contract, and now he's writing this to the new one.
What are we on? Like 7,
Check
8?
it all again.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's 8.0. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, check the bottom, make sure you didn't include that troublesome clause again.
Check it again and then again.
It's all correct.
Okay.
Okay.
God, this only took, what, 2 hours?
Like an hour and a half.
All right. Moment of truth.
That's light.
Ready to
That's
sign?
light. Yeah.
Oh God.
Well, now it's time to end the episode.
Can I do one? Can I do one
Oh,
thing
we can at
before we
least
do?
sign it.
Yes, you can do one.
I'll
thing.
just look at Boss. You've earned some U time. I pat him on the back and cast fly on him.
Oh.
You've earned a bit of a vacation. Enjoy it.
Let me see here. Oh, fun.
As one legal assistant to another, I appreciate his suffering immensely.
He tries to resist it, but his boss takes away his ability to resist it because he finds it so hilarious that a mortal now.
Oh, I thought you were going to countertell me.
A mortal has given him the ability to fly.
God, no. Oh no, I didn't mean. Oh shit!
He's going to the laughing stock.
Oh no, I didn't mean for that. I did not mean for that.
Thanks, Konos. The target's off my back.
Oh no. Got an hour. Enjoy it.
This is enough. Oh, my
I think he hates you more than me now.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Boy.
And I just burned spells after that too. I legitimately had sympathy for the devil, but you know, I would not. Again, not thinking that that's gonna make him into a laughing stock.
Oh man.
Just give him 8, y'all.
Okay.
So do we sign it? That'd be a great place to end.
Yeah, are you gonna sign it? So you sign
Let's
it
sign it.
by
I'll sign.
pricking your
Right.
thumb and then either putting a line or Everybody
Leaving
do it?
some blood on it, basically.
Yeah, you put some blood on it. Imran, do you do it?
Like the very last one.
I need you to roll me a wisdom save.
Oh boy.
All of us or just her?
Just her.
Yeah.
Because Gorath's pissed at me for making a deal. Hold on. The thing just closed out. I'm sorry. I think my wisdom save is like a +8. Oh my god. I hate
Glad I'm not the one rolling a wisdom save.
13.
Me too.
What'd you get?
13.
You take 14 damage.
Solid.
And it burns. It cauterizes wherever you pricked yourself to make the blood come out. It just... And it's still burning. Like, it's not on fire, it's not hurting your... But you feel it. It's like... Not good. You don't feel good about it.
I
I
guess
don't feel good about this whole thing.
It was a deal with
honestly...
the devil in any case.
Yeah, I knew it was going to happen. Which is why I was slightly really resist about the whole thing, because my goddess isn't going to be happy about this.
Oh,
Could've
sure,
brought
as a
that up.
cleric, I fully understand.
Oh yeah, no. Could have brought that up before we went into hell, but you know.
So after after you all put your stamp on it, Voss puts his stamp on it. And he rolls it up. And he says, I have to file this. And he starts to walk out. And then he lifts up and flies a little bit, just barely off the ground. And flies out of the room.
Taps his
I
heel
think
stick
to him.
together.
I think to him and say, I'm sorry I didn't ask you first. Should have asked you first.
He does not respond.
Yep. I deserve that.
Arnemeth says, whenever you're ready, I will put you to the Demon Forge. And that's where we stop. First, I will show you the map of the Demon Forge.
Oh, okay. On that same screen that
Yeah,
we were
on the
doing
owlbear. I will show the audience as well.
Oh. I take it that's a big winged demon in the middle.
Yep, that's the Baelor. So that's what you're walking into.
That looks like an anvil in the some anvils, huh?
Yeah, so behind him is an anvil and a pot of water, and then the forge is up here next to that water. The Baelor in the middle is energizing the whole thing, basically.
I like Marcel's idea about freeing it.
Not till the sword is done.
And so there you go. And I think that's where we'll end. And I don't necessarily have a debrief topic unless anybody has anything they would like to discuss, perhaps deals with devils.
I mean, yeah, because honestly, like I said, like, me as Nina agrees 100% that, like, yeah, Claudius is gonna be fine. Like, it was really hard to just be like, no, Emran wouldn't do that. Like,
Yeah.
She wouldn't.
No, I think you played it right. It was appropriate. Absolutely.
It was really hard to agree to that, and I knew
Because that's not a decision that should be taken lightly, right? Just like bargain away
Right.
a sentient creature's soul, like just because it's convenient and gets us off the hook.
Right.
I mean, you played the whole deal with the devil aspect all day, Sam, by stretching out as much as possible, because the longer that's stretched out, the more that the more complex the bargain gets.
More trouble
Well-
we got.
Well, and the more painful it seems like it is for you, the more that the devil thinks he has you where he wants you, right? I mean, you can't just jump at the offer. You got to make it seem like it's really, you're pulling the last string.
Yeah.
Well, and he's just genuinely enjoying it, right?
Yeah.
He's loving the
I
fact
mean, that's
that
what he
you're,
enjoys.
yeah, that you're like pulling Voss in and, making Voss the rube, and making him go on the contract and giving the devil, his boss, the opportunity to put his name as a signatory on the contract to be responsible for some aspect of failure is just like right in that devil's wheelhouse.
I know. I have to bait the hook. I have to make sure
Right.
it's too juicy for him to resist.
Yeah.
I was absolutely on board with Marcel bargaining his soul and then deceptioning the signature.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that would have been clever, but that could have gone.
There's just no
Oh,
there's no
yeah.
guarantee that's
That-
going to work, and that's your soul
Yeah.
on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the interesting point about signing with blood is like, if I still need prestidigitation, that could possibly be a way to wipe that out. Also,
The
I
thing
feel like
was, I don't trust my rolls, even if I have a +8 in deception. I did roll.
Right.
Now that we're done with the session, I would have gotten a 25. Pretty good.
also,
Yeah, that's like my wisdom save is a +8, and I rolled a 5.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, sure, I could roll high, but knowing my luck, if we do go through with that and I have to roll a deception against a devil, I'm gonna roll a fucking 1.
Yeah.
And then we're all in deep shit.
on the subject of us, I feel like I actually need to apologize to folks listening for what I did near the end there. Because looking back at it now, I'm like, that's potentially a disability thing. I mean, as far as you making him a wingless angel. Konos casting fly on Voss without asking first. I know like a lot of people in RPG groups that are disabled folks use wheelchairs, and a lot of things they talk about is don't just assume that for instance someone in a wheelchair wants a push. Ask first. So, and that was, in retrospect, that was shitty for me to do, and I immediately realized it. So, folks who are listening, who might have been put off by that, I apologize for that. That was not my intention. That was me, my own real life sympathy for the character from the work he was doing and being so harried. Having experienced that aspect in real life, I was like, hey, you deserve a break from all this. Yes, that your devil boss is putting you through, and would have been more appropriate for me to say, hey, I recognize you need a break. Would you like me? I can do this for you if you'd like. I know that I was told that you can't fly anymore. I can make that happen for you if you want. Would you like it? So, my intention to heal or do anything bad like that. That was just an inadvertent act of me trying to be sympathetic and getting something that I've been reading a lot about over the last several months. So, folks listening, I sincerely apologize for that.
Yeah, I didn't catch that either. I wasn't catching that connotation of it, so I understand you not even meaning it that way, but then realizing afterwards. So yeah, I appreciate that, because I also apologize for that, because that's in terms of the devils, that's a requirement of that particular individual's job, but yeah, it could be seen as a disability. And then the spiteful, evil devils, of course, are making fun of him for it. And so it wasn't an intention to have a character that's being made fun of for having a disability, right? So that wasn't something that I set out to intend to do. I also wasn't thinking of them as humans. I was thinking of them as, evil bastard devils. So that's with that context, I think it's excusable for both of us to do that, but I appreciate the apology and I understand and I apologize as well. So, on a slightly different note, does Axley want to tell everybody what he was telling to Imran?
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Might still have to have a conversation because I looked it up and I'm still confused slightly because I'll send you a message. But
I'm just curious as all hell now. But
I'm sorry.
Axley has a lot of secrets. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a couple of ideas, but yeah.
Let's hear them. Now I want to hear what you think.
Oh well, that's
Hey.
great. Now we can both feel
Rumors.
this way.
There you go.
Secrets. I think secrets are the hardest for me, both as player and as DM. Just keeping things,
Sure.
even small things like this. I think at the end of the day, it's easier when you're not the only one holding it. If you have a conspirator,
Yeah.
that helps.
Which I do
ease
now.
The burden, which you do now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Because you want someone to know, or else what's the point of the secret?
true, yeah. Yeah.
Or fun.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so back to the devil contract thing. It's really hard to do something like this because I don't have I'm not sitting here pre-writing a contract for you all to look at, right? Like I thought about doing that. I thought, if they go to make this deal with the devil, with a devil, right? Like, should I draw up some kind of contract? But the thing is, I would have had to do it like Mad Libs, right? Like, leave blanks where the thing you're offering or the job that they ask you to do or whatever can be filled in, and then whatever you're agreeing to, like, if you fail or whatever, can be filled. And, like, then I'm like, well, what's the point of pre-writing it then if I'm just going to leave these huge big blanks? So I decided not to make like a prototype or any kind of thing. I think in the Avernus book, there's like something about contracts. I don't actually have that book anymore. But there's something about how to do contracts or something. And so, whatever. But it's hard to do this because the devil does not have your best interest at heart and wants to screw you over so bad.
Yeah.
I think it touches on one thing that the players generally tend to be the ones that have that problem more often, and that is that you're suddenly role-playing a character that is more intelligent than you.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Right.
It's hard. Like, how do you capture that because they're so devious and on a different level?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how do you manifest that in a way? Because it has to be subtle, right? In a way that you have to sell it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, as the DM, I can't, like, it's really hard for me to... Look, there's, like, 10 holes in your contract, right? And I know, like, I could see them from a mile away, because I know what's in that foundry and all, in the forge and all that. Like, so I could see... But from the DM's perspective, I don't want to completely screw you over, right? The devil does, but I don't want to. So there's this weird fine line where I'm trying to be a fan of the players... And show the players, here's a way forward where you have to walk on eggshells or whatever, but you can still be successful, even though this is super dangerous. And also be careful because you're going to get screwed. But then, like, at what line do I pull back and say, okay, but I'm not going to screw you? Like, it's kind of like, like there's the old school like adversarial, like I could totally twist whatever you like. I could have made you write a contract, right?
Yeah.
And totally twist anything that you put in there so that it's always to that devil's benefit, right? To Arnemeth's benefit. But that doesn't necessarily make for a fun game, right? So there's a fine line between parlaying with you and trying to let you know, okay, this devil's really super intelligent and he wants to totally screw you over, but he's also having fun with it. So he's trying to test and see how smart you actually are. And as long as you pass his test of being entertaining, not even smart, you don't even have to be smart, you just have to be entertaining, then he's going to go ahead and sign a contract that might allow you a chance of success. If you're not entertaining at all, he is not going to do anything, right? He's not going to be willing to deal with you. He's going to basically screw you as hard as he can because you're not even entertaining him. You're just wasting his time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Might not
kind
even
of
offer
like
you.
the whole golden fiddle deal. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
there's nothing but entertainment that the
Yeah.
devil got in exchange for that.
Right.
It's not the end result, right? It's the journey. It's like the process of screwing you and
Right.
seeing you squirm and seeing you play right into his hand
Mhm.
and then like wallow in your failure. That's what they like.
Right. And
They
like
want you to know how bad you've got.
right, and without you, he wouldn't like not. If you didn't show up, his day would not have changed. So there's no reason for him to punish you for showing up. What you did was give him an opportunity to try to get that sword, right? So now that there's this opportunity, now he can work with you. But, you know, he's not, it's really just for the entertainment. Because if you fail, well, it didn't change anything for him. He didn't have the sword in the first place anyway, right? But he gets something in return because you failed. So he gets, you know, whatever, payment. He gets to extract something from you. So, but we cut Matt off. What were you saying, Matt?
Yeah, just the notion, you know, if you're not going to be entertaining to him, you know, he might not even bargain with you anyways. So he's either just going to roast you alive or just send you back where you came from. Says, nope, you're not worth my time. Bye.
Right. Right.
In that sense, I think the cupcakes were very important.
Yes.
You got to start small, right? You
Sounds
got
good,
to, yeah, sprinkle the crumbs,
Mhm.
the breadcrumbs for him to follow.
Although I'm impressed that the icing didn't melt the instant we got in here.
Yes, they were very well preserved cupcakes somehow.
I mean, they were made by, you know, the people in the
Yeah.
library. So
Yeah.
Do you have any left, or are they all gone?
no, I have more.
Mhm.
I did not just stuff 2 in my bag.
We may need a celebratory cupcake after all this is over.
Anything Tadius didn't eat went into Marcel's bag.
Yeah.
So Nina, what are you thinking?
My mind is still just reeling. I sent like 3 messages, David in caps, like, what is happening? But overall, like, the session was very stressful.
Really?
It was really fun, but it was really stressful, and like my leg is still like shaking. I'm like bouncing up and down because I can't stay still. But like that is like the hard part is like everything that we were doing is like going against what Emmerin was like thinking about. So it was just really hard for her to say yes. But what Axley told her definitely blew her mind a little bit. So she's got enough. I think that was the biggest key, is that the fact that Axley already has like a relationship with Emmerin, like they were friends before this, and like she has learned to trust him enough that once he told her that and like explained it a little bit, she was like, okay, I'm gonna let you have this one and I trust you to follow through. So I think that was like the important piece to it.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Don't fuck this one up.
Yeah, because the thing is, if Axley dies, he cannot complete his plan.
Oh, I know. That's why he has the ring, though, which is also why I felt a little more comfortable, because we have that have that spell up that can protect him, so that if he receives too much damage, I can take some of the impact.
Yeah.
So I have a little bit of a plan.
But there's a bigger picture here, right? Like this is something where you can imagine a deity looking down and being really pissed or worried or something. I mean, it's a deity. They don't get pissed and worried the same way that humans do, right? But like just seeing somebody who has been blessed and chosen by the deity sign a contract with the devil, like that, for that deity probably causes a big issue, right? But it's probably not even really, because Goros already also knows what's happening, right? So, there's an element of there's a bigger picture here, and you're making sacrifices and doing things that might actually strain your mortal brain in a way that is a sacrifice, and so you're sacrificing something of yourself for the greater good.
Well, and from Axley's perspective, I mean, Axley doesn't feel great about manipulating Emerin into agreeing to this plan that is so against her nature, but he feels like the bigger picture is this is not a selfish act. This is in the furtherance of getting us as far as along towards our goal of stopping this Holocaust as possible.
Right.
And so it's worth the risk.
Yeah. What I really need you all to think about too, after this whole thing is so in the next session, obviously the very first thing that's going to happen is you're going to the Demon Forge, right? But I need you to really consider and think about, when are you going to say this passphrase to get this to start happening? Right? Like that's something you need to be thinking about. Like, you need to have some kind of timeline in mind, because Laralak's coming, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
And just
And
starting
draining
this
the
process
water
doesn't-
is
sorry, I think we're going to say the same thing, right? Which
Draining
is
the
draining the water
water-
is one thing, but it doesn't stop the process. The bad guys are still out there.
Yeah. I feel like it would put a bit of a damper on his plan, because he's not going to have as much water to hold like the army or whatever. Not to mention, like, that's one kind of thing we didn't specify, is what happens to things that are in the water when it gets siphoned through.
Well, if they know how to start this process all over again, they already successfully did it once. I mean, we need to make sure that they're no longer a threat too.
Yeah. I mean, there's two options there that we have to figure out. Is either we do the water thing before Laralak shows up, or we deal with Laralak and Shamasa, and then we siphon the water back once he's been dealt with. Problem is, if we do it that way, then he has the advantage of a shit ton of water for his watery army.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think we'll end there. So I want to thank the listeners and anybody watching, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas. It is almost it's a slight few days before Christmas, so it's festive. That's why Matt has a Santa hat on. And I think we will say goodbye then.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.